Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5, The Fanatic, and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, I thought I'd be waking up and having a calm Wednesday morning, and then I got on 76. But before that, I had to come into work today reacting to a monster trade in the Eastern Conference that does not involve the Sixers.
Oh, boy.
Even though it kind of involved a former Sixer, if that makes sense. Not going to be happy today. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
Stars in cities, especially like Philadelphia, they are always on the map, and we should expect more winning out of them.
And we'll go to the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. I am a believer that your best player, I think there is also a responsibility as the team spokesperson.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. Andrew Salciunas alongside my man John Kincade. Johnny, I'm here.
Cleansing breaths.
I'm here, dude.
Connor will be here in a minute.
Once again,
running the board.
I tweeted it out. If you are leaving your house and you need to get on 76 West, do not take 76 West. I hope everyone is okay. I saw a state trooper vehicle that was clearly in a pretty bad accident this morning, so
hopefully
avoid
everybody
76.
all right.
Yeah, hopefully. I was a mile and a half away from City Ave at 4:55 this morning. I got
That's
into the
incredible.
building at 5:50 this morning.
You did.
Almost an hour. That took me a mile and a half. Excuse me. To
No,
get
it's
off
great
the highway.
is that at least there's nothing to be aggravated about this morning.
Yeah,
There's
thanks,
nothing
John.
there's nothing to really
There's
be.
plenty to be aggravated about.
There is.
So-
There is. It's not good.
No.
It's not a good morning, no matter how anybody's going to try to spin it.
Absolutely not. Today is a day, and man, John, I mean, you might be proud of me, but it sucks that I even have to have this conversation. Like, if there's anybody that calls in or texts in or tweets in or emails in with any bit of optimism today, I need whatever you are smoking or whatever you are drinking at 6 o'clock in the morning. Because here's the deal. The New York Knicks acquiring Mikal Bridges yesterday, knowing that the Boston Celtics are going to be coming off as defending NBA champions, knowing that Damian Lillard and Giannis Antetokounmpo are still both alive, this Eastern Conference just got drastically better after one trade last night. And John, I can't even, Mr. Sixers positive boy over here, come up with an angle to make you feel better about it.
Okay, all I can try to say to you is this. It looks really, really bleak. And the only way to me that it gets bleaker is if they go old. If we get the news that, hey, we're going with Paul George, and we got all these young legs in the Eastern Conference, all these talented deep teams, and we're going to go old. That's the only way. There is a chance that Daryl Morey does some things that make you go, oh, I don't mind that.
And he's always been good with that, with the surprise move.
Isaiah Hartenstein, would that interest you?
No! Why would Isaiah Hartenstein do anything for me?
Why would do anything for
He's
you?
a backup center to Joel Embiid. What does Isaiah Hartenstein do?
Did you lose? You lost a playoff series because you didn't have one. I'm just saying to you.
Okay.
Would OG Anunoby do anything for you?
I like OG Anunoby.
Would he do anything for you, though?
Look, it makes them a better team.
And it takes away from the Knicks.
But here's the problem.
Right.
Well, it takes away from the Knicks. They got Mikal Bridges.
No, I know
got
they
Bridges.
did.
They got better with Bridges
They did.
than OG Anunoby.
They did.
So, I can't even say you took away anything from the Knicks. If OG comes here, he's better than Tobias Harris, but it's the same situation where I probably overpaid for him because I don't believe he's a max contract player.
I would agree.
And all of a sudden, what? Because they got Bridges, you go, oh, wow, we can get OG now, which, yeah, he's a nice player. I've said he is probably a piece on a winning team. I believe that he is. But that winning team's got to be deep. And he can't be the third piece, which he would be. He has to be a fourth piece in order for you to be considered a winning team. He'd be the third here. It's Tobias all over again.
Okay, we're in complete agreement on that he'd have to be the fourth piece. But is there a third piece that could at least intrigue you? These are the kind of things that we're going to have to dig into this morning because right now there is a feeling of desperation.
Yeah.
There's a feeling of, honestly, there's a feeling right now that this thing's over with a lot of fans. And just rummaging through social media this morning, there's a lot of despair amongst fans. And I totally get it.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to blow sunshine up your skirt and tell you that, everything's great.
Even I can't do that today.
And you're good at it. But what I'm going to say is I still am going to hold out faith that Daryl Morey's got something up his sleeve. He's got some plan. It just better be a damn good plan.
Well, it has to be because here's the deal, John. So we talked about this a little bit when you were out. We did a segment on this. I think Tom was producing. Connor was in here with me. The Paul George reports of the interest between both parties was waning. That was last week. I didn't buy it because I don't think the Sixers could be as interested in Paul George for like a year and a half, and then all of a sudden a week before things might start happening, the interest will wane. I thought that was probably some sort of ploy by an agent or a player or a team.
I think he's trying to leverage Sixers' interest to make sure that he gets what he wants from the club.
Absolutely, I think so too.
I think that's what it is.
So I don't think
it's
the Sixers'
interest
interest all of a sudden waned, right? Like I think it was still there, but we sort of had this conversation. If Paul George doesn't happen, what is plan B? Because here's the deal. We've only heard about Paul George over and over and over again. And now all of a sudden you start getting the whispers of the guys like Brandon Ingram. Is Brandon Ingram really going to be that piece that's going to uplift you to a championship?
No.
I don't see that.
No.
Like there's the plan B's Jimmy Butler. You want to talk about getting old? That's getting old.
It is.
I mean, the plan B's, other than Paul George, are aging players or guys that are coming off of like that second contract in the of their NBA tenure that haven't really accomplished much and they've been a little bit of a disappointment. Or you can back the Brinks truck up in terms of draft picks. Two at one point was the Nets to get Mikal Bridges. That's now off the table. Or you go to Utah to try to get Larry Markkinen. And that's it. That's really it. I mean, other than that, all the plan B's suck.
Okay, I like what you said. You mentioned a name in Larry Markkinen. Would your mood change if they acquire a player of that caliber?
Yes, I would feel better. But would I tell you that they're a championship team?
No. Could you get Markkinen and if you had him Markkinen and OG Anunoby?
Yeah, now all of a sudden you got a legitimate 4 out of 5 on the starting lineup.
Okay, so all I'm saying to you is this. I feel your despair today. And usually I don't mind feeding people's despair
right.
if it means feeding them a heap and helping of the truth. But I want you to at least open yourself. How about this? For the next 10 days, much like you put a moratorium on this thing, don't criticize the Phillies until the trade deadline or whatever. I'm going to say to you and everybody in Sixerland, keep an open mind through at least 4th of July. Can you give me 4th of July weekend? Because I'm telling you this, it is going to crush me as much as I mock you about it and tease you about it.
Yes, you do.
Positive Andrew, if you're done, then that tells me that the vast majority of our listening audience would be done because you are the holdout. You are one of the holdouts of this thing can still work. I think many more people are in my boat of, look, this thing's not working out. It doesn't work out. We're holding on. We're grasping at straws. And if they go and get Paul George, that's exactly what they're doing.
But here's the scary thing, John. So you say try to wait till July 4th. And,
Like
and that's great.
4th of July
4th of
weekend.
July, right? So I can see what the Sixers do.
Yes.
Here's the problem. I'm reacting today to what other contenders are doing.
Okay, that's the thing.
The Knicks got marginally better last night.
They did. I got no problem with you feeling that despair today. But what I don't want you to do is lose complete hope that there's no potential way that this thing can look a hell of a lot better. I still am of the belief that there are some moves that could be made where the Sixers could be a better team than they were this year. And if the Sixers are if Daryl Morey can put together a better roster than last year's team, I'm going to still hold out hope that they are in the mix.
Because you have Joel Embiid and you have Tyrese Maxey. Joel Embiid still, when healthy, one of, if not the best players in the NBA. Look, I say these things chapter and verse. Like so when you say I'm done, I'm not done. Like,
okay, good.
I'm gonna look. I've said this. I'm going down with the ship. I'm going down with the Titanic. I'm not blowing this up.
Right.
I don't think their chances are over. I don't think June 25th, 2024, when the trade happened late last night, that all of a sudden the Sixers championship window has officially closed. No, I think the window will always have a little bit of a crack open as long as Joel Embiid can finally put together a season where he stays healthy. But we know that those chances are very slim. We do know that they have all the cap space in the world, that they have all these draft picks that they can move. It doesn't just have to be Paul George. If they do sign Paul George to a max contract, they have all those draft picks to make trades for other players that can come here and be legitimate impact players. But I am waking up this morning. I was asleep. I didn't see that trade happen last night.
Sure,
I woke up this morning to Woj bombs, and I'm going, are you freaking kidding me? The Knicks are being this aggressive, even though they know. Look, they realized they needed to make a big splash in order to be legitimate contenders. I credit New York. It pains me to say it.
I would agree.
I credit New York for going, all right, we have some steam. We have some buzz. We are close to winning. We were the 2 seed last year. Just ignore the gap between us and Boston. But we were the 2 seed last year, and we clearly need to get a better player in this building. And they went out and did it.
I love. Okay, that's a very honest response, and I think that that's smart. One thing I can't say to you though is, you can't with Maxey and Embiid. It's just blah 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 talk. If people are like, look, they're still a title contender. No, they aren't. No, they aren't. They are not a title contender. You have nothing else on the roster. You're not a title contender with Embiid and Maxey.
Right, you got to see how the roster.
You've had Embiid and Maxey. You are not a title contender. You haven't sniffed competition for a championship. So let's get that straight. But I'm still of the belief that there could be some moves. There could be. Nobody saw the Knicks move coming.
No.
So I'm saying to you, Daryl Morey, this morning, bring us the move that nobody saw coming. Not some predictable, Paul George wants to come someplace just to get paid, because that's what this is. Every NBA analyst will tell you Paul George wants to be in L.A. and wants to be a Clipper. I want no parts of it. I want none. And I think he's a talented guy, and I think he's towards the end of his rope. But with the disgust and despair people are going to feel this morning, I still want some sort of an open mind that there could be a move. We could have that morning. We can walk in here. It could be us tomorrow morning.
That'd be nice.
That walks
for content purposes.
That there's a move that makes Andrew Salciunas go, damn, never saw that coming. Because honestly, if you and your boy in the next room, Connor Thomas, if you guys both get to the point of, this is ridiculous. I hate it. I think the entire fan base is then out.
There might be a lot of people.
I think the entire fan base would be out. And to me, that would be discouraging.
So Connor Thomas has made it through the journey of I-76.
I've been here the whole time.
No, you have not been, and that's totally fine. It's nobody's fault.
We understand.
Your initial reaction when you saw the deal go down that the Brooklyn Nets traded Mikal Bridges, a player that you literally said last week. You uplifted me last week, Connor.
I know.
When John was out, you uplifted me because you said, what if, just what if, we don't see it coming and the Sixers just make the trade for Bridges? I go, well, that's probably the only thing that I could say, yes, other than LeBron James, they are legitimate championship contenders. And I will float out there, even though I know you're going to roll your eyes. I'll float out there. I don't think it's going to happen. Float out there, Kevin Durant, because who knows what's going on in Phoenix. Those are the only three.
He's going to Houston.
I saw, the Houston trade sets that up.
Yeah, and Houston there's nothing the Sixers could offer.
Right. That's better
than
Houston will be able to offer. And Houston has young guards, and they have a nice little team.
There's nothing better that the Sixers could offer that Oklahoma City couldn't offer.
Right.
Too.
Also true, yes.
So, you uplifted me, and I just quickly fell off.
Yeah, me too, man. What do you want me to say? We've been strongly on the record. This is going to be very hard to find a spot in this offseason to make a major impact move. LeBron's probably not coming.
No, it's
probably
done.
KD
that's
is
done.
Probably not on the table. So outside of that, that was the only option for me. The only way you come out of this offseason as a title contender with how the Eastern Conference is set up is if you give up everything you can to get Mikal Bridges. I've been on the record saying that on these airwaves, and he just went to one of your biggest pieces of competition in your conference.
Yeah.
In your division. Like, you don't get there now. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. There is no move that gets you there. You have to make the best move possible. And I'm not faulting the Sixers for it's not like, oh, why didn't they make this trade for Mikal Bridges? I hate doing that because you never know.
They couldn't have made this trade.
Right, but it's also like
they didn't have the assets.
Some people look at it and be like, I can't believe Daryl Morey wasn't on the phone with him. I'm sure if he knew Mikal Bridges was available, those conversations happened.
Look, he literally called the Lakers for LeBron during the season last year. Like, he probably made a phone call.
Bottom line is there's no move that gets him to the level that the Knicks and the Celtics are at now that seems realistic.
So that leads me to the next question. The show sheet is not in front of you because I did not have enough time to print it out.
We're fine.
John, Connor, you know how I stand. You know what I believe. I'm not doing it. I'm going down with the ship like the Titanic. I can either be the captain.
No, you're the guy with the violin.
I could be the violin.
He's the violinist.
I don't think he can play violin.
And I think Connor has just dropped the oboe.
I played bassoon, actually.
Bassoon.
Play bassoon.
Yeah.
By the way, he's a very skilled pianist.
He is. I know that. I heard
so
him. I heard him completely fail on the radio once.
Hey, that power cord wasn't hooked up to that piano.
Whichever member of the Titanic you want to be, you pick. All right, tweet us in, call, text us. Which member of the Titanic you want to be?
I want to be the guy that get Kate Winslet.
I gotta ask this: when you see the Knicks make the move that they did last night, you know that the Celtics are not done.
No, they're not.
You know that the Bucks are not done as long as Giannis stays healthy and Dame Lillard and they figure out how to play with one another. And you know that they're going to make a move this offseason.
You're going to scoff at Cleveland.
I know.
They're better.
And you know,
they're better. They could obviously be better than the Sixers.
I still take Sixers over Cleveland. I still take Sixers over Indiana, but I don't think Indiana's done either.
Like, they're two guys?
Yeah.
Sixers, two guys. You're taking them better than two teams that have youthful, talented rosters.
I don't necessarily care about the youth because Tyrese Maxey's still a child.
Okay.
But I will ask this question. When you see what happened last night, there are a lot of people that I'm sure were on the fence. There are people like the Jalen Hurts discussion. You either love him or you hate him.
Yeah, absolutely.
When it comes to the Sixers, there's people like me that are like, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. There's people that think there's no shot of winning, start over. There are many, many people that are on the fence. Did last night push you over to starting over?
If it doesn't, I will tell you this. If it hasn't, you're naive. If you are still clinging on to, I honestly believe, if you're still clinging on, everything's okay here. This looks all perfect. I think Connor's point of view is very, very valid this morning. He doesn't see a move that's going to put them to Knicks Celtics level.
Right.
I still am going to hold out hope for another 10 days, but I'm leaning towards where Connor is. So if you're not thinking about this thing's over, if you're not acknowledging that potentially that's where they're at, you're naive. So you're just trying to hold on to some hope like you're unicorns and rainbows.
So I want to ask both of you, did you guys come closer? Because you, John, have been, it seems like
I've been closer.
Way closer. Did last night do anything for you? Connor, did last night do anything for you? You, the audience, 610-632-0975 phone line, text line. Did last night that move, or if you're waking up this morning, what if your alarm, the old clocks that would go to the FM radio station or maybe AM, depending on your generation, and you're waking up to the Fanatic and you're hearing us tell you that Mikal Bridges is going to the New York Knicks. Did that move last night push you over to the rebuild side? Which rebuild is keep Maxey but trade Joel Embiid.
And again, if you haven't considered it, you are incredibly
Well,
naive.
are you considering it? I'm asking the question.
Yeah, I'd be, but
I'm not. I'm
giving it
not.
I'm giving it 10 more days. I'm giving Daryl Morey one chance here because a lot of the crap that Daryl Morey's dealing with are not of his doing. The fact that Mikal Bridges is a New York Knick this morning is on stupid Brett Brown.
Well, yeah.
It's on him. This isn't something that Daryl Morey could have just clicked his fingers. And they did not have the assets to pull this deal.
But here's the deal, John. You say wait till July 4th. What if July 4th is too late? Like, I'm serious. Like, if Daryl Morey realizes, oh, God, all I have left is Brandon Ingram.
Yeah.
Would you rather trade for Brandon Ingram and see what you got? Or would you rather go, and we're not going to win with Brandon Ingram, so we might as well try to get as much.
Not. I would rather, how about this? I would rather not commit to a big deal with a Brandon Ingram or a big deal with a Paul George and then see what I'm going to do. I would not. I'm telling you, I wouldn't commit to any long-term contracts. I wouldn't commit to any big unless it was a young talent that you felt was ascending.
Connor?
Yeah, dude, I'm closer than I've ever been. Like, I am right on the edge of saying, just rebuild it.
You're on the edge. You're on the edge.
Yeah, and by the end of the show, I may be there, honestly. Like, I don't see a way out. There were very few coming into this offseason. Very few just went to, I don't know, maybe any. There's, like, who's available? I know we want young talent on a long contract, max contract deal that fits with the guys. That player doesn't exist. Like,
I don't believe that, though.
Then who is it?
No, I'm saying is that there are talents, a lot of things nobody saw the move coming for the Knicks.
That's not true. Like, we talked about Mikal Bridges being traded for like a month.
Okay, what I'm going to say is that Woj and others on the record on SportsCenter saying
to the Knicks
was not expected.
But
Right.
Houston,
So it was not
Houston wasn't.
expected.
Like, there,
Right.
we know
Houston's
trade was
available.
expected.
Houston, Oklahoma City, there were other teams being kicked around. It was not supposed to be the Knicks.
It's not about where they go. It's about the player available. We knew Mikal Bridges was potentially available. We talked about it on the air. He's a guy I wanted on the Sixers like weeks ago.
Right.
So we knew this was possible. There's not another player out there like that. There's not.
So, I want to ask the audience today as well. 610-632-0975.
It's a good venting day.
Let it out, right? Your chance to just let it out.
You have to.
But if you think it's over, let us know. And it's as simple as saying, start over. Not, hey, I want you to trade Joel Embiid and then acquire this player. No, it's start over. It's blow it up. It's keep Maxey, and that's it. I'm not there. Never will be there. But I don't blame anybody who is, John.
No, and there's a fake talking point about this I want to point out.
All right,
to
I'll hear
everybody.
that coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
It's draft night in the NBA.
Absolutely miserable. By the way, the trade was wild. 5 first-round picks
I think it's too much.
for Mikal Bridges.
I think it's too much. But they wanted him,
See,
and they're going for it. That's too much.
it depends on what you believe in. I don't freaking care about draft picks. And again, it's 5 first-round picks. You can't trade back-to-back years. So it's every other year. So what? The latest one is probably mid-2030s at some point. That's going to be my guess. I just see, here's the terms from Woj. The Brooklyn Nets have agreed in principle on a trade to send Mikal Bridges to the Knicks for Bojan Bogdanovic, 4 unprotected first-round picks, a protected first-round pick via Milwaukee, and an unprotected pick swap for a second rounder. So in total, 5 first-round picks will be going to the Brooklyn Nets.
And I
don't care about draft picks.
5 of them? That's ridiculous.
I don't care
That's
if I'm
ridiculous.
a contender. The Brooklyn Nets, congratulations. That's great for them because they're rebuilding.
They got 4 next year.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
And by the way, if you heard ESPN overnights, if you missed it, next year's draft, there are guys like they said like next year's draft has 10 guys that would probably go in the top 15 of this year's draft. So think about that.
Yeah.
They're going 10 guys next year would go in the top 15 of this year's draft. So that means the talent that's going to go in the top 15 would be pushed back. The Nets are sitting with their 4 first-round picks next year.
No, it's smart. What they did was smart because they looked up in the Eastern. Look, they're looking up in the Eastern Conference standings, right? And
They're
going,
acknowledging it.
They're going, all right, we have no shot of winning. Bridges is a great player, but we only have Mikal Bridges. We need to acquire free agents. We just tried this whole Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, James Harden saga, which did not work for us. So our best route is to just blow it up. That's what a lot of teams in the Western Conference did when the Golden State Warriors were going through their dynasty era. Because
Minnesota, Oklahoma City, one other that I can't think of.
I'm sure
also,
Dallas.
They went with the idea of saying, we're not going to beat the Warriors right now.
Right.
So we're going to be set up that when the next wave comes, we're in there.
So Brooklyn does that last night going, look, we love Mikal Bridges. He's a very talented player, but we're not going to win with just Bridges. So we're going to make the trade, and hopefully when Tatum and Brown are 3 years older, we are now we have year 4 into our NBA careers with these guys that we're drafting in this bigger draft class next year. The question is, do the Sixers do that? And I don't want to. You know, I stand by.
I know you don't want to.
You tell me wait until July 4th. I am going to wait until July 4th. But today I'm going to be probably over the top with my reaction because this trade comes out of nowhere last night.
And that's reasonable.
And I'm not okay with it because I know the Celtics will still be up there. The Bucks, like this year, when we talked about the path to get out of year 2, we talked about the path because of injuries to Milwaukee.
Yep.
Right, we didn't talk about the path to the Eastern Conference Finals because the Sixers were better. We talked about the path because Giannis was hurt before the playoffs started. Dame eventually got hurt in the playoffs. We said this was the year. All you have to do is beat this young, scrappy Knicks team and then beat a Pacers team that has a bright future, but they're not ready to win yet. You have had the experience with Embiid and Tyrese Maxey and Tobias Harris for 75 years, averaging 1 point a game in the playoffs. And they fell short. And that's the sad thing, John. We looked at the path to the Eastern Conference Finals not because of the Sixers, but because of the other teams that we thought they would beat and because of injuries, and they didn't even get out of the first round.
Well, that's the only thing you have to dream for right now because the Celtics and Knicks are decidedly better.
Yeah, they are.
No matter what the Sixers do, the Celtics and Knicks are going to be decidedly better going into the year, and it's going to kill people. But what you're going to hear from the fake crowd.
Yeah, tell me what this is.
Nobody gets better by if you decided to trade Joel Embiid. Nobody gets better by trading a generational superstar. No sheesh, Sherlock.
Right.
We all know that. So stop saying it. We all know it. But it may be the move you have to make to acknowledge that you go, hey, this isn't going to work.
This isn't working.
This isn't going to work. And I'm going to tell you right now, anyone who tells me, Sixers are still a title contender, you're full of it. You're completely full of it. Who are the other players on the roster? I'm willing to give them time to put some other people. and then maybe I'll come over to your opinion. But anybody who's trying to blow sunshine and lollipops today,
Which I couldn't do.
You couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it.
And
Says
that's
something.
shocking.
Yeah.
It's to me. You're not a title contender just because you have Maxey and Embiid. That's freaking ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Did you not watch teams? You got to go 6-7 deep. You got to. You have to go 6-7 deep to win an NBA title. You're not winning with 5. You're not winning with. You might not be winning with 6. You've got to have. You got to have a credible bench. A credible bench. Come on. Let's just be honest about this. But I'm still willing to give it another 10 days. And look.
And I give you credit for that.
I'm going to be
but
open-minded
I don't know
for
if
that.
you can. That's the thing. Like, if you.
No, you might not
if
be
you
able to.
are wavering on starting over, trading Joel Embiid, those phone calls need to happen now.
Yeah.
You saw what the Nets just got for Mikal Bridges. Joel Embiid, I know he's injured. Joel Embiid is better than Mikal Bridges. He is.
He is. No question he is.
So you saw what Brooklyn got for Bridges.
What could you get for Joel Embiid?
More.
Distinctly more.
Yes. And so, look, I'm not doing it. But if you're on the fence, like I can't, John, you might not be able to wait 10 days. You might have to do it now.
Okay, let me ask
Strike
you.
while the iron's hot.
Why would you say I'm absolutely not doing it?
Because my only chance of winning a title is with Joel Embiid.
You're not winning a
for
title.
the next 5 years. If I start over, you're not. So it's either I
Right.
start over,
Well, both answers are the same.
Right.
You're not winning a title.
but my chances are better with
It doesn't.
Embiid.
Whoa. The answer is the same. You articulated it. You are not.
Well, this
winning.
isn't the only year of Joel Embiid. You'll have him again next year. and the
Okay,
year
but
after
you're
that.
not winning. But what's happening,
John,
What are you putting around him?
Do you remember B Gun's parlay for the champions winners?
I do. Yes.
You didn't tell him to cash out, right?
No, I did not. But I don't. No. But
well,
this is different.
here's the thing. He didn't have a shot. Like,
right.
No, he did have a shot.
Yeah, but he's
Connor, if Edmonton won that game on Monday night,
he would still need the Phillies to be like a 100-win baseball team and run through the postseason.
And the Phillies are one-
then other stuff on top of that.
and Georgia to win. He would have had 2 of the absolute maybe favorites.
My point is, it's still a long shot, which is why it was $46,000. You told him to stuck with it, even though he didn't have a great percentage chance because it was the only way. The dollar wasn't worth it.
But the hard parts were already done.
No, I got
Holding
you.
on to a ticket that says Georgia and the Phillies is not bad.
The point is, that's what Andrew's doing. He's taking the long shot because, I don't know, what are you left with if you don't do that?
Yeah, if I start over, it's you hope that they can find another Joel Embiid and or a player of his ilk. Like that's
and
what
you
it comes down to.
And you absolutely potentially can.
You can or you don't, and then you do it again and then again and then again. And right now you do have, when healthy, arguably the best player in the NBA.
When healthy,
and you have a rising star in Tyrese Maxey.
I'm going to ask you the question, and I'll put a question mark. When healthy, and I'll put a question mark at the end of it.
Yeah, when healthy.
When are we going to see that?
He looked pretty good in the playoffs.
No, he certainly did.
He wasn't healthy, though.
He wasn't healthy, but he looked.
It's not
great.
healthy.
He
He's
looked
not
great.
healthy.
And they should have won that series. I still don't think they lost the series because the Knicks were the better team. There was 2 games where effort was the reason why they lost, and that is embarrassing.
Yep.
And that's the Sixers' own fault. The Sixers still should have. I wake up this morning saying they should have beaten the Knicks in that playoff series.
We all know they should have.
But because of a lack of effort in a freaking playoff game twice in a series is the reason why you lost. And now I wake up this morning not only thinking about that, but think about Mikal Bridges wearing a Knicks jersey and not a Sixers jersey, because to what you said is right. Stupid Brett Brown, interim GM, trading him for Zaire Smith and giving up an unprotected first. Oh, you got the unprotected first. You got the unprotected first. Sorry, I don't want to forget about the assets and all the draft picks that you can get. What did you get for that pick?
I'm telling you,
Nothing.
Right now, is Brett Brown's tenure, his tenure as interim GM is
hard.
enemy of the state caliber.
No,
It's
you
terrible.
got Mike Muscala during that time.
It's enemy of the state.
You got Mike Muscala, and then the trade eventually got you Tyrese Maxey.
I mean, it is
He also signed Wilson Chandler, who was like 95 years old. He was horrible.
It's ridiculous. And that's the one thing. The one thing that I can't have is some pipe dream of, let's go get another old guy who's declining. And we're going to beat the Knicks and the Celtics.
Unless it's LeBron.
Bull pucky you are. And LeBron's not coming.
Yeah,
LeBron's not coming.
I can still dream.
The boat has sailed. That ship has sailed.
I can dream.
You're dreaming.
Look, that's all
He's not coming.
Dude, John, that's all I can do. Until the day I find out he's back with the Lakers or goes somewhere else, that's all I can do. Because I'm telling you right now, that is the only way they do win a championship this year, is if they get LeBron James. So I am going to dream, because if I don't dream, I'm dead. Wow, that was a little dramatic.
I
True.
understand. No, I understand. I understand where you're coming from, and I feel your pain. But I just don't want to believe. I don't believe that this is like. Yeah, they can get. I don't think anything's going to happen in the next 10 days that's going to put them in Knicks, Celtics caliber.
Yeah,
let alone
why,
Minnesota and everybody and all the other contenders.
That's why it leads to the second question. First question is, what do the Sixers do to keep up with Boston, New York, the Milwaukee Bucks, teams like the Pacers, teams like the Cavs? What do they do to keep up? That's question number one. Question number two is, instead of trying to keep up, do you start over? Was last night that shock to your system where you said, they're not going to win? I love Joel Embiid, but there's not enough time to figure this out. Those teams are rising. We're either plummeting or just kind of staying status quo. So let's start over. Would love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. I know the text line is on fire. There's smoke coming out of Connor's phone. We'll get to some of the texts coming your way next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
If Howie's going to be lying a lot and Nick's going to be lying a lot.
97.5, The Fanatic. Waking up this morning.
I had a Connor bomb. I didn't have a Woj bomb. I had a Connor bomb.
I had the notification Woj bomb this morning. 4 a.m. I get up. Sources. The New York Knicks have traded for Mikal Bridges. And I go, wait, what?
Are you freaking kidding me?
So not only do I know the Celtics are coming back as defending NBA champions, the Knicks that eliminated you in the playoffs, who the way that team was built, I didn't think they could do like some sort of sustained deep runs in playoffs. But now with Mikal Bridges, they can. The Bucks are, if healthy, going to be great. And now I have to wait and see what the Sixers do. And the question is, do you even want to wait? Like, do you want them to actually try to acquire players, or do you want them to start over? All right, Connor, I know the text line. How is your phone warm?
Yes, it is.
From the amount of texts that are coming in. We'll get to the phone lines as well. But what are the people saying on the text line today? You can call and text, and it's the exact same number, 610-632-0975. So if you don't want to wait on hold, you can just text your thoughts, and Connor will go through them. And today will be a very big day filled with reaction to what the Knicks did last night and to what we are thinking the Sixers could do, hope they do. And if they can't do any of those things, what do they do next? What
And
do
can
we
I
got?
say I'm proud of both of you, by the way?
Thank you,
I
John.
just want to make that I'm proud of both of you. I think you're being the proper level of anger, like disgust, but you're not just writing things off.
Before I went to bed last night, I turned to my wife and I said, you know what I want to do in life? I want to make John Kincade proud of me.
Well, you succeeded
Wow.
this morning.
Didn't
I'm
take-
proud of you
didn't-
for making him
That
proud.
doesn't mean it
Didn't-
holds. That doesn't mean it holds for a long time.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right, what do we have in the text line, Connor?
June from Yardley says, blow it up, trade Embiid, get your boatload of assets. This is what happens when you drag your feet. Still suffering from Brett Brown. Shake my head.
But here's the thing. I look, and I'm not going to just react to words. They didn't drag their feet. They've tried so many things that just haven't worked. Like Ben Simmons being the D that he became, and Markelle Fultz just not forgetting how to shoot, set them back. But they at least got something for Simmons. They got James Harden, and that was the only move they could have made. Obviously, the Halliburton's.
That was not a bad move.
No, it wasn't.
The Halliburton thing they did better.
They had a
team.
lead with 5 minutes left in Game 6 against the Celtics, and then they all just choked. They just stopped playing.
We got to stop saying that, though. The 5 minutes to go thing.
Why? I will go crazy.
Because it's so pathetic.
It is pathetic, and I need to keep on bringing it up.
Don't bring it up.
It's
Don't
horribly
bring it up.
pathetic.
It's pathetic. Don't bring it up.
But they have, like, I can't say they've kicked the can. Like, this could be the beginning of the can. Like, the can might be on the ground right now, right? And this is the offseason where they're either kicking it or not.
Okay.
All right, what else do we have on the text line?
Jay in Westchester checks in and says, if you don't get LeBron, you need to sign Maxey and trade Joel Embiid. I'm sorry, it just has to happen this way.
You're not getting LeBron. Can we stop with this? LeBron is not coming. LeBron's not coming.
Okay.
There's I don't know why we continue to talk about this. It is not happening.
John, because we're insane.
Yeah,
I know,
because I
it's
want
too
to dream
insane.
until the news breaks.
Well, the news is already broken. He's not coming. He's not coming.
Until there's ink
Did Adrian
on paper.
Wojnarowski tell you that?
Adrian Wojnarowski has told you that. He's not leaving. He's going to be a Laker. In fact, Woj has already said he's going to be a Laker. Like,
All
I
right.
mean, this isn't happening.
As Connor said, until the ink dries, I'm at
My
least going to.
gosh, and why would it be here? Why would it be here?
John, it wouldn't
Well,
be,
Embiid and
and he's
Tyrese
not
Maxey.
coming, but we have to hold on to something
I know,
because there's
dude.
well,
no
let's
other
hold
way.
on. Can we decide?
John, do I think it's happening? No, I don't think it's happening.
I like discussing reality. I'm one of those weird people
John,
who likes it when we know something's not real.
I don't
Stop talking
think
about
I'm
it.
ever going to own an island, but don't you ever sit at night in bed and go, damn, I wish I won the lottery so I don't have to get up at 4 a.m. and sit in an hour of traffic on 76, and I would like to be on my island with my boat and my lovely family
I don't
with
want a
all the
boat.
fruit in the world and all the delicious food that you get on an island. It's never going to happen, but a guy can dream, can he?
Okay, but the dream. We're trying to discuss where the Sixers go next, not dreams. I mean, seriously, we're not. We're trying to discuss.
Okay, well,
There's a dream.
like the dreams are the only thing that keep you from saying blow it up. They are.
Well, then you're just denying what you know is the answer.
Isn't that the first stage of grief?
Yeah, dude.
Is denial.
Welcome.
Let me deny. All right, we go from Jay in Westchester on the text line to Jay in West Philly on the phone line. What up, Jay?
Hi, Jay.
What's going on, fellas?
Hello. Dude, come on, brother. I mean, that's not what we're talking about today. You know that.
No, that's just my tagline. Free row house.
I know
Yeah.
it is. I know it is.
But we're so glad we kept Pache, who couldn't hit the side of a freaking barn.
Who cares today, dude? The Phillies
understand.
could go take 2 weeks off, and I don't care today.
He's upset. What do you got in the Sixers, Jay?
Just a bit. I heard with the Mikal Bridges thing, he told his agents that he was only going to New York, so there was no way they was going to get him, and he gave up a lot for him.
I also
That's not
saw
what the experts
Yeah,
are
I saw
saying.
conflicting reports. I saw that he wasn't even demanding a trade. Houston and Oklahoma City were making phone calls, and when the Knicks got wind of that, they said, "Oh, let's make an offer that they can't refuse," and that's pretty much what the story is.
All right. Well, maybe that's why they gave out a lot, because I heard something else. But,
did.
John, I need your intel to call down Atlanta. Do you think we could get DeJounte Murray?
I think the Hawks are open for business. I do not believe that Murray and Trae Young are going to be there. Trae Young being the more likely one that they would want to build around.
Exactly. So I think we need to try and get DeJounte Murray. He's on the same wavelength as Mikal. He was actually an all-star.
No, he's actually an all-star. I mean, he's right there. I would absolutely be interested in DeJounte
Thanks for
Murray.
the call, Jay.
I don't know how well he fits.
I don't know how him and Maxey work together.
Exactly.
I mean,
I don't
that's-
know how that fits.
Like, Trae Young is a legitimate point guard. We've seen him.
no, he is. He's a
He
legitimate
could take
point guard.
25 shots in a game, but then the next night he could finish with 12 or 15 assists, right?
No
on
question.
15 shooting attempts.
Would you be, if Trae Young ended up a Sixer, would the two of you have a different?
Look, I was the first one to bring it up on
No,
this.
but I mean, would you have a different tune? This one, you'd come in here and you'd go, okay.
I'd be curious.
Then you'd be excited,
You would still need it. Look, you still,
I
you
got
still
you.
need a wing,
but you'd
right?
be
Like,
excited.
I would not be against that trade. I remember when I first brought it up, people were like, "Ew, gross." It is gross.
Yeah,
It's totally gross. But at least Trae Young, like the problem with DeJounte Murray is that guy needs to shoot in order to
No,
be
he's
effective.
got to be a volume shooter.
So that means the max. How does that work with Tyrese Maxey? Like he attempted 18 field goals a game last year. I don't know how that works with both Maxey and Embiid. Whereas I know Trae Young can hit the shot when necessary, but can also play point guard.
And Trae will dish and will make
That's what
other
I'm
people
saying.
better. I mean, look, now that is a discussion worth having because it could happen.
It could happen.
Could happen.
All right, we continue the conversation the 7 o'clock hour. I'll reset the show, and by resetting, I'll just remind you of the news at hand that Bridges is going to the Knicks. And now we legitimately can have a conversation about blowing it up. I'll explain why coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A major. Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I haven't even mentioned it's a Wednesday, which means Adam Schefter joins us in an hour. Maybe Shefty can tell us what the Sixers will do. He knows Woj. That might be the first question. I'll be honest with you. He's like, hey, Shefty, you've broken NBA news in the past. He has, actually. And then I'll say, you're friends with Woj.
Yeah, can you get us any information?
Yeah, the Sixers going to make a move that will, calm me down, or am I going to continue to spiral out of control? And if you're just tuning in, and if you're just waking up, and you weren't awake for the trade that happened last night, the New York Knicks, the team that eliminated you from the playoffs, a team that I still believe the Sixers should have beaten in the playoffs had they shown better effort in 2 playoff games.
Like how you say effort. That's a good one. Good emphasis there.
That team beat you, and then they got better by acquiring Mikal Bridges last night. And so now the Sixers are not only looking up at the Boston Celtics, they're now also looking up at the New York Knicks. And I remind you to not forget about the Milwaukee Bucks, who have Giannis Antetokounmpo and Damian Lillard on that team.
And you truly this morning, you absolutely are in the camp that you would then see the Sixers, just knowing that you have Embiid and Maxey, you would still see the Sixers as the 4th team in the East? Because I do not. I do not have them ahead of Indiana and Cleveland.
I have them ahead of Indiana and Cleveland, yes.
I can't, not with 2 players.
Because
but
I don't
know what they're going to do.
Dude, if it's Paul George, even if it's Brandon Ingram, I don't like that. They're better than both Indiana and Cleveland, in my opinion.
I don't agree, but we'll see how that works out.
Cleveland's
they're better than Cleveland.
Yeah,
Indiana's tricky.
They got Donovan Mitchell. Like that's basically it.
Cleveland is born for the 4 seed. Congrats.
They
Enjoy
are.
it every single damn year. Like, I don't know.
And I like Orlando. I like a lot of those young players, but
I like Orlando too.
I think the Sixers are better than Orlando. And, oh, by the way, like the way the season ended last year, all those teams. I mean, we've talked about it ad nauseum. The Cavs had a 1-game lead over the Sixers. Magic and Pacers had identical records. If the Sixers had Embiid, they're the 2 seeds. So like, I think the Sixers are still better than those teams, but that doesn't matter. What am I going to do? Raise a banner?
No,
we're better than the Cavs and Pacers.
There are people who still are trying to tell me. I'm not mocking, not trying to mock, just trying to say. We were like 5 minutes away from beating this. I'm like, there's a bottom line here. It's not working. It's not working, and I got 10 days. The clock is ticking. The hourglass is the sand.
The only thing is, John, and I said this to you earlier. I don't know if you have 10 days.
You might not have 10 hours.
You might have.
I understand.
You might have to make moves now.
Okay, you guys seem more desperate than I am. That the decision has to be made on Embiid in the next 10 hours.
Well, we played the Brian Windhorst audio. The Paul George trade, if there is one, will happen this weekend. And that has been, whether you agree with Paul George or not, right?
I do not.
We're on the same page with that one. I think Paul George fits. I'm just worried about health, and I'm going to be bringing in an oft-injured Paul George with an oft-injured Joel Embiid. Fit-wise, he does fit, but here's the deal. If Paul George goes elsewhere or goes back to the Clippers, what's your plan B? And that will happen this weekend, John.
Well,
before July 4th. July 4th is middle of next week. I'll be gone.
Well, I would tell you right now.
I'm leaving the country.
If he may never come back.
That's how bad this is bothering me.
I will tell you right now that if Paul George opts in, by the way, if he pulls a Harden and opts into that last year, you can't freaking go get him. That's off. He should be off the table. Do not give up a bunch of future assets to go trade for Paul George. That is the epitome.
Unless it's a 3-team deal and you're acquiring Paul George and somebody else from another team.
But you'd be giving up a ton of stuff. You're going to give up a ton. The only way I would even consider Paul George
outright free
is
agent.
if you're just outright free agent.
Yeah. And then we get a tweet from Will. The Knicks wouldn't trade all those assets if they knew they were keeping OG. Look, even if OG comes here, that to me that solidifies them as a top 4 seed. That does not solidify them as a 1 seed and a championship contender, in my opinion.
Right.
You get OG Anunoby, that's great. You're overpaying him. He's not a max contract player. The Knicks just told you that, right? The Knicks have been telling you that. They will pay him a lot of money. They don't want to give him the max. They would rather give Jalen Brunson the max, Mikal Bridges the max, and maybe another player. They do not want to give OG Anunoby the max. The Toronto Raptors didn't want to give OG Anunoby the max. The Sixers shouldn't give him the max.
No, you shouldn't.
Because I don't think he is that much of a game changer. I think he is a winning player as a fourth option on a team.
No, if you say fourth option, fine. That's absolutely fine. Then you're being right. But depending on the third option, if he's the fourth option, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm feeling pretty good about saying you're going to be in contention for that 3 seed. And then who knows what happens.
Now, I do want to bring this up because there are people that want to just end it now.
And I can understand that big time.
And I do too. And you know how I feel about it. I'm not doing it. But this is truly, John, the first year you could actually do it. People have been saying it for like years now. This is truly the first time you can do it. So let's just go back in the history of the Eastern Conference. The Celtics finally won this year.
Yep.
Right? For a while, they had continued to come up short, and there was a lot of questions about Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown and whether or not they could actually win. We knew that Giannis was a championship contender, but we know based off of his health history and also the flaws of his game, because there are flaws. As great as he is, there are flaws in his game. We have seen the Sixers match up well with the Milwaukee Bucks in the past, but they have gotten better with Damian Lillard.
We have.
The New York Knicks, they were not a real title threat last year. They might be this year. There are now 3 teams in the Eastern Conference right now that are title threats. And since Joel Embiid took that step forward since 2019, there was never more than one legitimate title threat in the Eastern Conference. I know the Miami Heat got to the championship a few years ago, beating the Boston Celtics in the Eastern Conference. Did anyone really think that they were a legitimate title threat that year? Nobody thought that.
Okay, the 3 teams, then you just give me Milwaukee as them.
I'm going to add Milwaukee as a title threat.
Absolutely, they're a title threat.
So this is the first time since the 2019 season, so 4 seasons now, where there are more than one title contenders in the Eastern Conference. This is the first time I believe it is actually logical if you were to say blow it up because you don't think they're going to win with Joel Embiid. The last couple of years, I thought you were insane for thinking it because the East was wide open.
And if anybody was saying it the last couple of years, you were jumping the gun.
Connor, do you agree that this is the first time if you believe you want to trade him, you actually have a legitimate case?
Yeah, absolutely. And I still, I know what you're talking about when you say you're not going to. I know where you're at, and that's probably still where I find myself this morning, but this is the most that's ever made sense to just say, the Knicks aren't just good. They're young. The Celtics aren't just good. They've got a bunch of, prime players.
Yeah,
they do.
These teams are not going away anytime soon. So the thing is, even if you go all out for this year and you sell out and you try and get close and a miracle happens this offseason, you find your way into contention and everything breaks your way and Embiid's healthy and all that stuff goes right and you get a good matchup and a good run in the postseason, you still have to find a way to win this year because it's getting significantly harder by the year. Yeah. And I don't know that it's worth it to take that risk anymore.
And
I can't believe your objectivity this morning. I'm very proud. I'm proud of you being objective.
I can't believe it because it's
okay because it will be
time.
There's going to be people who are going to spin. You can't do this because teams don't get better by trading away a great player. At some point, you have to realize you are not going to win a championship.
It is accurate that they would not be better next season.
It's accurate, absolutely. But you don't know what you do. You may build it. Next time you build something, you may not have an absolute buffoon making decisions for you.
Right, like Brett Brown was.
And a few of the other decisions that were made. So, hey, all
right, let's get back to the phones. We're also going to read some texts. You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. Today's a day of reaction. We are reacting to the New York Knicks getting better last night by trading for Mikal Bridges. Did they give up a ton of first-round picks? Of course they did.
Sure they did.
But you know why, John? Because they saw a window.
I think
they're striking while the iron's hot. And I don't blame them for making this trade. The first round pick in 2024, 26, 28, maybe 28, but 24, 26 does nothing for the New York Knicks and their championship window.
But the way Connor put it earlier was very bright. The idea that the Knicks are very young. The Knicks are right now going to have a 4-year window, maybe? I mean, an NBA 5-year window?
Look, it could be longer because is Josh Hart a max contract player?
Nah.
No. So he might stay with the Knicks. You know what I
Dude,
mean?
Jalen Brunson might not be. All these reports about him potentially taking
well,
less.
no, he is. He just might take less, which is, to me, criminal. And
But
if his
no.
agent allows it, his agent should be fired.
No, what if you're in a perfect situation and he has all his boys around him.
Yeah,
I mean,
he literally
imagine,
has the Villanova Wildcats.
But they've assembled, and the thing is, they talk about this, the lifelong friendships that these guys have and have sustained, and now they're all teammates, and they're in the Mecca. This is a pretty good life. I'd say, wait a minute, do I want to go play for the Cleveland Cavaliers?
Well, it's not about wanting to. It's about what it means for the rest of the players in the league.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to care about that.
He doesn't have to, but I guarantee his agent represents
Well, his
other
agent
players.
will, because his agent wants to make more money off of him.
Right.
He doesn't have to do that.
Yeah, but
Again,
then there's
agents work for you.
the Players Association.
Yeah, but that's not
step
going
in.
Agents work for you, not vice versa. And for those who've never had an agent, your agent doesn't tell you what to do.
Yeah,
Your agent advises you and says this. But if you go, hey, I'm really happy here. I love where I'm at, and I'm making good money. But you can make more money over there. I don't know if I'm going to be happy there.
I got you. But in a salary cap league with these different tiers, and you have to have certain players in each tier, it is a major unfair advantage to other players trying to get paid and to the rest of the league to have a guy do that.
I don't believe he'd give one flip. I really don't.
I've never talked to the guy.
I don't believe he's going to make one. I don't think that's going to concern him.
Yeah, I know. Absolutely. All right, let's go to the phone. Let's go to our man T-Love. What up, T-Love?
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing this morning, bud?
Hey, as far as the Knicks go, I mean, what's the next move? Bringing in Jay Wright? You know?
Yeah, look, they're one piece away.
I think they really like their coach.
Give Chris Jenkins a shot. I mean, I don't think he's even in the league, so why don't you pick him up? He's got to hit the biggest shot.
Yeah. And anyway, with the Sixers, the onus is always placed on a superstar instead of I never hear. You guys mentioned it a little bit. The organization. This is a snake bit organization, and I'm a little older, so I have been through many incarnations of this team. It's always been a good team. There's lulls and there's highs, but the thing that bothers me with this team is that they've always made poor player judgment. They've even when they pick the consensus player, it's going wrong.
Right.
And it's just this. They have been snake bitten forever. And I don't believe that building a team at this point you don't build by getting rid of your best player, your star player. I have no doubt that if you did, he would go somewhere and become a champion. Because
you really don't have any doubts about that? You have no doubt. You have no doubts that if Embiid went elsewhere, he'd win a title. I have serious doubts that he would.
Oh, I have no doubt because first of all, they would place him. He would be placed in a situation where he's going to win. I mean, you're not going to win with a guy that's your third best player and he scores no points. The problem with the Sixers, we knew, I'm not a professional basketball player, but I know that there's no rim protection and you can't rebound. They could have won this series if they would have had a rebounder. You got a guy who's really good, one of the best centers in the league, but he doesn't want to be a center. So you need to have that rim. You have no rim protection. I don't blame Embiid. I mean, we know that.
Well, nobody should be blaming Embiid after that.
No, it's just it's the way it played out. Thanks for the call, T-Love.
I love
We
T-Love's
appreciate it.
energy.
Yeah, I know, me too. And it's. I mean, he's right. Like part of it is they were snake bitten. Like Ben Simmons just becoming Ben Simmons is still wild to me. Markelle Fultz just forgetting how to shoot. Like I know Boston clearly didn't want Markelle Fultz.
They didn't. They saw what the Sixers didn't.
No. Nobody saw him being able to shoot a pure free throw. And then stepping up to the free throw line and going, what do I do here?
They saw what the Sixers did. They didn't want him.
Well, they wanted Tatum more.
They wanted Tatum more.
Well, we don't know that. They knew that he was off their board. They didn't want him. That's the only reason you trade the number one pick. You didn't want him. You said,
right.
No, we're not taking the consensus number one guy. We don't believe in him.
But if they picked 5 and Markelle Fultz was on the board, he was going to be the pick by them.
Right.
We don't know that they wouldn't have traded again. We don't know you trade back again. You don't know any of those things. What you do know is decisively they were sitting there holding him. They could have had that player, The Boston, they looked at it and said, no, we're not paying that, and we don't want them.
Okay, at 1. We don't know what they would have done at 4 or 5 or 6.
We don't, but they're not.
We
but
just know that they like Tatum better, and they didn't want Mark Fultz at that spot.
And what?
And that's smart.
Was Lonzo Ball that went to the Lakers
Lonzo
that draft,
went
and
to-
that was the consensus
Oh, geez.
number 2 overall pick. All right, what do we have on the text line there, Connor?
Oh, a lot. You sure?
Yes.
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 And let the people speak, man. Today's a day where people get to let it all out. Either side, I do think you're crazy if you have like an ounce of positivity. Like I got a tweet from Lee who checked in and said it was an interesting but not compelling move by the Knicks. Y'all are worrying about nothing. It's a fun story. That's it. No.
All right.
Mikal Bridges must be a lot better than that guy thinks. But what do we have on the text line?
We'll start with a positive one. Hey, guys, it's Marcus from New Hampshire. Help me
Hello,
from
Marcus.
jumping into the abyss. What can Sixers do to legitimately compete? We are now arguably the 4th best team in the
I'm
East.
not helping
and
you.
the gap seems to be getting larger.
I'm not helping you. I would love to help you, but I'm not. You know why?
No.
You know why I'm not helping? Because I can't. Because there's quite literally nothing they can do other than LeBron James, which, as we've talked about, is probably not going to happen, that puts them into the same conversation as Boston, New York, and I'll even throw in Milwaukee. They're probably in the same conversation in Milwaukee, but yip-de-doo. They want it, they're one of the top 4 teams.
Okay, well, we have another one here of someone talking about kind of what you just said, overreacting to Mikal Bridges. T from Jersey says, you guys are being fanboy emotional. If the Sixers trade for Ingram and sign OG Anunoby, the Sixers' top 4 would be better than the Knicks' top 4. Whoever can build the best bench would be the better team.
They already have a better bench. They're a better team. The Knicks are a better team. Knicks are a better team.
Brandon Ingram shot 35% from
Ingram
3 last year.
Ingram is not a difference maker. He is a piece on a team if you're deep. Is that fair?
Yeah,
If he's your third option, if he's the third option, they're not better than the Knicks. Who the hell's saying that?
He's probably young Tobias Harris.
That's what a lot
could
of
be.
people are saying. And so do you want to do that again?
Right. Why do you want to do that?
Yeah, not at all.
Lee says here on Twitter, it was an interesting but not compelling move by the Knicks. You all are worrying about nothing.
Y'all need to learn ball because Mikal Bridges is a really good
nuts. That's nuts.
player. Man,
It is
my
nuts.
gosh.
What else do we have on the text line?
okay. Mike from Turnersville checks in. He says, hi, Kinchunas. He combined your guys' names. I really like that. I needed that this morning. The Knicks are looking easier and easier to root for with all these Nova connections
Oh, no.
after taking
No,
Mikal
stop that.
Bridges.
Enough. Nova's not a Philly school. They don't belong.
My fandom has never been tested so hard to a Philly sports team.
All right, well, you can't jump ship of
I need a trash
fandom
can.
either.
I need a
Sounds like
trash
Mike
can.
from Turnersville's thinking about it.
Mike, you can't become a Knicks fan because you like Villanova.
Oh, my God.
Like, that's horrible. And remember when I literally had a topic leading up to the Sixers-Knicks playoff game about anybody, like, you can't even think about rooting for the Knicks players, and there are people going, no, nobody's going to do that, hot take radio. No, that guy clearly did.
He is.
That guy clearly was happy for the Knicks. He wasn't happy that the Sixers lost, but Mike was happy for the members of the Knicks that played for Villanova, which now goes up to 4 players.
But you know what,
with the acquisition of Mikal Bridges.
I like these players, but I'm still a Sixers fan. But I really like Villanova. Shut up. Shut up. No, we don't like it. And if you want to go root for the Knicks, go root for the Knicks.
No, you don't. You can't
Open
do that.
moratorium. No, go.
No.
Because I don't want you in my midst.
No.
I don't want you pretending to be a Sixers fan.
Don't
but
leave.
My second team is New York. Because I like Villanova.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. Coming up next, we'll get more of your reaction, because that's what today's all about. But we'll go through the names that the Sixers have been rumored around. And does it move the needle? We'll discuss them coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Bridges traded by Brooklyn. I'm Connor Thomas.
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Get to more of your texts and your calls coming up in a few minutes as we react to the Sixers. Well, not really the Sixers. The Knicks acquiring Mikal Bridges and what that means for the Sixers moving forward. As you could tell by the tone in my voice today,
Wishful thinking.
I'm down bad today. I'm not in a good place. John is trying to get me to be patient.
Well, the thing is, though, there's nothing you're saying that's incorrect.
No, I'm factually correct with everything I've said so far.
And I think you're moving towards how about this? This is the most reality about the Sixers situation that I've ever heard from you on the air. This is the most reality. I think you always have a tinge of you are so wanting something to happen that you will always go on the side of, well, this could happen, this could happen. Today you're dealing in reality.
Well, a lot of it's reality. Like last year, it was real that was their best path to the playoffs.
It was.
And
no, it wasn't. Since 21 was their best path.
Right. Since 21. It is real that they should have beaten the Atlanta Hawks in Game 6 or Game 5 and Game 7 of the NBA playoffs. It's real that they did have a lead with 5 minutes left, up 3-2 in a series against the Boston Celtics. It's real that Joel Embiid had his best season with James Harden as his point guard, and James Harden turned into a very good point guard with Joel Embiid. Like, all those things are real.
And then
just because they didn't work out doesn't mean that there wasn't a legitimate shot of those things working.
Well, I'll give you the reality, too, though. And just factually, James Harden was exactly what James Harden has always been in the playoffs. And that the Sixers in 2022 failed to close out a Game 6 and then failed to even show up and compete
in a
Game 7.
I can say this. Up until a week ago, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum were talked about how they were never going to win, and they've always come up small.
But they were always further along than the Sixers were. Not even in the same discussion. They were not.
No, but you were mentioning the James Harden thing.
No, but I'm saying
that Harden was never going to win because of past. Well, the same thing was said about the team that won the NBA title a week ago.
The team. The individuals were not.
With their two best players.
The individuals were never talked about in their player performances being like James Harden, disappearing in the biggest moment.
Jason Tatum was clowned constantly.
He got upset.
Jaylen Brown, there's videos of Jaylen Brown not being able to dribble with his right hand.
I've never seen anyone say Tatum and Brown just were disinterested. And we've seen James Harden get painted as disinterested. Game 7 in Boston last year
he was disinterested.
It was a freaking disgrace.
Yeah, it was.
And then this year, we're questioning effort again in 2 of the losses to the Knicks in a first round.
But then the very
series.
next series, the Boston Celtics lost to the Miami Heat, and that was like an all-time upset. Like, I'm just saying,
an all-time upset.
There is still just because things aren't looking up for the Sixers right now does not mean it is in stone that they will never win with Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey, because the Celtics were never going to win with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Remember, there was talks about trading one of the two. They shouldn't keep the two together.
And they also, though, had a supporting cast that's better, correct?
Absolutely. And they had an off-season where they acquired Drew Holiday.
Right.
And Kristaps Porzingis.
Correct.
So it's not done yet for the Sixers. But what I'm trying to get at today is
I've led you to where I'm at. I was at 6 a.m.
But if
you just said it. It's not done yet.
No, it's not.
But it's bleak.
And for the first time, you can make a legitimate case of blowing it up. And I'm not going to do it, but this is the first time you can legitimately make the case, because I think you have been foolish in years past when the championship window was actually still open. We would react to them losing in a playoff series and overreact, as we should. We're fans, right? And when you blow a series like you did multiple times now, you blew a series to the Boston Celtics, you blew a series to the Atlanta Hawks. I don't blame anybody for being emotional and wanting to blow things up, blah, blah. But when you really sit back and realize that the windows had been open, this is the first time since Embiid has taken that step forward that you have more than one legitimate title threat in the Eastern Conference. How many times have we talked about the Western Conference is the scary conference? Like, oh, the Western Conference is deep. There's just one team in the East. There's now 3 teams in the East. 3 legitimate teams in the East in Milwaukee, New York, and Boston. And that sucks. And that's why if somebody does make a case today to blow it up, I can't argue.
So July, when you come back from Lithuania,
yes,
you may be at the point where you say, they should have blown it up, though.
No, I won't be.
You won't be?
I won't be.
Even after you've seen the moves in free agency?
Yeah. I won't be. Because Joel Embiid is the best player in the world when healthy.
Okay.
And so I would rather, because John, here,
Not when you would rather. Do you think this team is something going to happen between now and when you get back from Lithuania that is going to say, I'm all in? They could beat, and by the way, they could beat in 2 consecutive series to get to an NBA Finals. They could beat Boston and New York.
I might get that answer tonight. Tonight's the NBA draft.
Okay.
Listen to the Fanatic tonight, 8 o'clock.
And beyond. That'd be good.
Tyrone and D will be doing the first-round coverage from the Sixers facility.
That's awesome.
They could trade that first-round pick tonight, maybe not for that max contract player, but for a player where you go, wow, that's a great fit. Imagine if they can get Paul George. Imagine if they can get this other max contract
With 16,
player.
they could get a fourth option, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but that's good. I like the open-mindedness of what you're having. But the thing is, if you don't see these things happen, you should get on that bus.
No.
And then you're just saying, I'm going to be stubborn and I'm not going to do it. I'm not doing it.
That's what I've been telling you for
But
months.
the thing is,
since the show,
that's
what number
gonna be
today?
stubborn.
What number is today?
70,
it's
whatever.
73.
Okay.
I've told you 72 times now. I'm sinking with the ship.
Okay, then then you are going to be part of the problem, not the solution. If Daryl Morey doesn't make those moves, you will be part of the problem that will send us into a 5-year spiral in what could be a 3-year spiral. It could be, you will be part of
Either way, there's a spiral.
Creating another. Oh, there will be.
There's a spiral.
No, there's
Either
gonna
way,
be.
unless they win.
That's what the NBA does.
Right. That's
the NBA does.
So you're guilty. All right. The players that they could legitimately go after. Here are the players that they've been rumored to. All right, like I'm not even going to mention DeMar DeRozan because that was just
Please don't
that
do
was
that.
a name that the Sixers would not go after.
By the way, is he? Did I hear right? You say Bob and Amy talking about? Is he 35?
He's
I
old.
forgot to look at this.
He's old. Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
No,
please stop.
I will.
Please.
I will
and
confirm that
Bob
for
and Amy
you.
were not. Bob and Amy were not advocating.
He turns 35 in August.
Okay,
Yeah, he's old.
off the board.
And
Off
he doesn't.
the board.
He doesn't fit.
Correct.
All right. So, Paul George. The needle at least moves a little bit. There's concerns, obviously, but the needle at least moves. Yes, you agree?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, the needle of interest, but are you in Boston, New York's neighborhood? No,
but
you are not in their neighborhood.
you have a little tick in the right direction.
Right.
Like there are moves they could make that make no difference. That move makes a little bit of a difference.
All right. These are reported names. So, I'm
Okay.
not saying
Okay,
Trey
right,
Young,
right,
even
right,
though
right.
we talked about it. I'm
No,
not saying.
I got you.
Brandon Ingram doesn't
Nothing.
move the
Does
needle.
nothing for me,
No.
and does not move the needle here. It does not.
It shouldn't.
And by the way, I would applaud the fan base for being smart, if that's the case.
I know this is a contentious one. Zach LaVine
No.
moves the needle for me slightly.
Terrible contract.
Yes, horrible contract.
And oft injured. No.
The injuries are a
No.
concern. Fit wise, I love it, but injuries and contract, it's a
Terrible
scary
contract.
it's a scary thing. And Connor Levine,
I mean, maybe a little, not really.
the noodle.
The noodle. No, it would be a noodle because it would be very limp. It would be very limp. Dr. Avidan Appel could not help.
It'll be
that noodle.
It'll be al dente. All right,
That's really. I went to school with an al dente.
that's really it, right? Like okay, Kentavious Caldwell Pope, but I'm talking about
Contavious Caldwell Pope. I mean,
no, he would be a piece on this team,
No,
and it would
right,
be
a
a nice.
piece.
It would be a nice addition.
no, a nice addition, a piece though.
But the needle movers, the big name players that have been reported with the Sixers have been Paul George, Brandon Ingram, and Zach LaVine. That's bleak, man.
Now
Yeah,
it's
dude.
bleak.
And then, I mean, I guess obviously LeBron moves the needle for everybody, but nobody thinks that's actually going to happen.
Right, like here's where we're at. This is going to be tough just to get to competition level with where the Knicks were after the season and where the Celtics were after the season. And then we find out that the Celtics win the championship and they look more viable when you summit that mountain than before you have. And the Knicks make the first big trade to get even better. Like it was already going to be near impossible to compete with the teams as they were. And now they're better.
And now they're better. Yeah, the New York Knicks got better. Like, I still don't understand that tweet from Lee saying, oh, interesting, but not compelling. Dude, what are you talking about?
These are so interesting. We read it twice.
Yeah, Mikal Bridges is a great player and also fits well on any team. How about a team with great guards, and then they just need to throw a body out there under center that can be a rim protector. I mean, the New York Knicks are a better team,
They're
a much
decidedly
better
a
team
better
last
team.
night. Like, it's not even a question.
I mean, come on. Where are we? If someone can't admit today that the Knicks are distinctly better, you have pom-pom. You got the pom-poms and your little skirt on. Hopefully it's not showing too much.
Let's go to Bam in Upper Darby. Bam, you're on 97.5, The Fanatic.
What's
Good
up,
morning,
man?
Bob.
What are you up to?
What up, Bam?
Not much backing up a Derby. Just got out of jail, man.
Oh,
Good.
well, welcome.
Good to hear you.
What's going on? But I was telling your producer back there, right? I said, now that they got McHale, they might go after Jay Wright as a head coach because Thibodeau's job's on the line.
No, Thibodeau, they love Thibodeau. They're very happy with Tom
Yeah, dude,
Thibodeau.
I don't think his job's on the line. I mean, look, I get the Tom Thibodeau aura, right? It's run your guys into the ground and all season long, and then it usually comes up short in the playoffs. But after what they did last year, they were the 2 seed in the Eastern Conference. They brought life back to the Garden. They brought
They
life
did.
back to New York Knicks basketball. They're not about to move on from Tibbs.
But to that call, what's that guy? The caller's point about he's a Villanova fan and a New York fan. You can't do that. Villanova is college. This is professional, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
Correct.
No, you're spot on, Bam. I appreciate the call, and I'm glad you're out, my man. Glad you're out. All right, give us a text. Give us one more text, Connor, before we move on.
All right. So we've got a text about this Milwaukee thing that I think is interesting. First time text here. So thank you.
Oh,
to them
that's
for
good.
joining. Not sure why you think Milwaukee's good. They traded the best two-way point guard in the league, and he was the difference maker for Boston this year in comparison to previous years. The Bucks are horrendous defensively. Damian Lillard's a turnstile. Chris Middleton's not going to be the same coming off of his injuries. The Bucks are going to be in free fall next season.
You know what I
That's
love?
absurd.
Here's what I.
That's absurd.
So that we don't have the person's name.
No name.
They're going to be in free fall.
I want them to follow up. I hope you're listening. Did you or did you not say the exact same stuff, but the opposite for the Sixers? So he said what? Chris Middleton's not going to be the same after his injury. What did we say? Embiid will be fine. He'll bounce.
be fine.
He'll bounce back. Are we just going to ignore that Giannis is still a freak? And like, is Tyrese Maxey some great defender?
Come on. Tyrese Maxey's a terrible
That's what
defender.
I'm saying. Like,
he's terrible.
what that
defender.
person just texted in about the Bucks
Oh my God.
is very similar to what we have dealt with the Sixers, but we've looked at it through a positive lens, so we spun it in a positive way. I appreciate the first-time text. Thank you. But what you just said about the Milwaukee Bucks, I guarantee you a Milwaukee Bucks fan is waking up right now, calling into their radio station and saying the same exact thing about the Sixers. They're very similar.
They're very similar.
All right, don't forget, Adam Schefter's going to be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock. So coming up next, more of your reaction. I know somebody wants to blow it up. So let's talk to that person and get ready for Shefty at 8 o'clock. I'm going to ask him what the Sixers are going to do. And then we'll get into the Eagles as well. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now is the time to become a Fanatic MVP.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, coming up at 8 o'clock, we will be joined by Adam Schefter on a very depressing, heavy Sixers day. So it'll be nice to talk to Shefty about the Eagles. And there hasn't been much drama recently, so that's a good thing. So we can actually...
they're not around each other.
Right.
To have any drama.
So we can have like 10 to 15 minutes of just relaxing football talk with Shefty. And then, of course, today's headlines with Connor Thomas will follow. I do want to let you know about the incredible deal of the week. We just heard the Kevin Cooney commercial not too long ago.
Kevin Cooney taping stuff.
Love it, man. Fanatic deal of the week. Get $50 to 8 and Sand Brewing Company for just $25. Great brewery located in Woodbury, New Jersey. 8 and Sand Beer Company features 20 taps at their 40-foot bar. A must-stop for all who love breweries and craft beer. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals. I'm going to need an 8 and Sand beer.
I think you're going to need one before 10 o'clock after your ride in and then this.
Oh, yeah, dude. I really hope everybody's okay.
All right,
that was on 76 this morning. An hour long that we waited, Connor and I, and then I looked it up as I was in park on 76. They had been closed for 45 minutes before we even hit that traffic jam. So long time. Traffic was not moving on 76. I imagine it's cleared up by now, so hopefully you're having a much easier drive than we did this morning. But I know you're not all having an easier day regarding the Sixers, unless you're just ignoring the fact that Mikal Bridges is a good basketball player. Miguel just tweeted in, Bridges is overrated, average three-point shooter, and doesn't rebound.
Wow. Wow.
So first off, let me say this. If you're looking at just numbers, yeah, he averages 4 rebounds a game. That's not necessarily his game. You know whose game that is?
Josh Hart.
Josh Hart's.
It is.
The Mitchell Robinson, right?
So in other words, they're going to play.
Center.
They're going to play to his skills.
Yes.
And they're going to let someone else do what they do well.
Yeah.
That sort of sounds smart.
And he shot 37% from 3 last year as the only option of the Brooklyn Nets because, let's face it, they had nobody else. Jalen Brunson will be running point on that team, and Jalen Brunson will get him open looks like you saw. Who had open looks for the Knicks during the playoffs?
Everybody, but also Josh Hart.
So wait a minute, they're talking about you mean the Knicks are putting together a team that with complementary talent?
That makes sense, yes.
No.
Okay, that's brilliant.
In fairness, the Knicks are not putting together a team with complementary talent. Jay Wright put together a team with complementary talent, and the Knicks are just recreating.
They are. That's accurate. So I don't know. I mean, there's people that are thinking less of Mikal Bridges, it seems, today just to maybe cope. That's my guess. Is this a coping mechanism to try to downgrade Mikal Bridges, knowing that he is a great basketball player, a great fit for any team, especially a New York Knicks team, that he's very comfortable with all those players?
Yeah, it's
Is that what we're doing? Are we coping?
Is that what we're doing?
We got a lot of coping texts. A lot of people are trying to
give us the text, and then we'll get to the calls because I see a caller who wants to blow it up.
Another first-time texter here. All morning, y'all have been grieving a Sixers season before the players even touch the court. Our 2 stars have proven that they get better every season. Even if the Sixers only have a roster of Embiid and Maxey, I'm taking them over everybody except the Celtics. Y'all crying because New York traded for Bridges? Come on, Sixers in 5. Let's focus on getting better than Boston.
Sixers in 5?
Come on,
dude.
man.
Sixers in 5. They just lost.
Sixers in 5.
They just lost in 6.
What is that?
Come on, man.
Where's the level? The level of delusion is just crazy.
The team,
to me, it's crazy.
The team that you just said
me.
Sixers in 5 against beat you in 6, and they've gotten better. And the
my gosh.
Sixers have 2 players on their roster. And as I've said, they could make a move, and I still look. They're a top 4. The Sixers are a top 4 seed right now. Well, what does that get me? Top 4 banner? No, it's about winning. It's about winning a championship.
It is regression. It's regression. You don't need. We're not bragging on regression. We're not excited about. We're not excited about saying, well, you know what? We are better. You're not better than them. You're not.
Yeah, you can't.
Just
you can't legitimately look.
Come on now.
You're right. The season hasn't started yet.
Yes.
But how many times have we talked about the Eagles winning the offseason, right? Before they've stepped on the field. We like that, right? Because it's positive.
Right.
We like talking about the Eagles winning the offseason because it's positive. What about the Sixers maybe losing the offseason?
Well, this is it. You're losing.
So far.
You're losing.
Very early on. All right,
you lost game 1. You lost it 60-0 now.
Yeah. let's go to Lewis and Pensacola.
You're last year's Giants.
Lewis, what's up, brother?
Hey, fellas. Listen, I just don't see any way out. I'm sorry. unless you trade Embiid. And I'm not talking about starting over again. Here's what I propose. I propose we trade Embiid to Sacramento for Sabonis and Keegan Murray, that young guard who I think that if you give him an opportunity, that young boy is going to be a 20-point-a-game scorer. Now I got a 21-year-old and a 23-year-old in the backcourt that I think both of them can be 20-point scorers. I still have an all-star center, and I still have cap room, and I still have all my draft picks.
They're not giving you. The thing is, they're not. They wouldn't give up both, would they?
Why wouldn't they?
I mean, they finished as the ninth seed. Yeah,
but I
they
don't
finished
think.
as the
But the thing
ninth
is,
seed.
if you're bringing in Embiid, but if you're bringing in Embiid, you're going to want to have pieces around Embiid.
Well, they do.
They'll feel as though that they can contend a lot better with Embiid and Darren Fox.
Right.
And they have Malik Monk. They have different pieces there. We have nobody here on our roster.
Oh, we don't.
So this is when. So like I said, we got a little younger. Sabonis is 28. Keegan Murray, I believe, given opportunity, can be an all-star or be at least a borderline all-star player, 20-point-a-game scorer. And now we still have all the cap room we still have, and we still have all the draft picks.
Yep.
Now we build out with a young backcourt and an all-star younger center, and we're better overall.
Well,
I think we can, now,
I don't know if I can say that we're better overall, Lewis. I appreciate the call.
That team was just proposed. That team is not making the Elite Eight of the NBA. That team is not going to be. That team's not. I don't think that team gets out of the first round.
Depending on the matchup. Look, don't disrespect my man Sabonis.
No, I got it. I'm just not.
Yeah,
no.
you're speaking Andrew's language now.
I understand.
Come on, brother.
No.
I'm going to hang out with him next weekend.
That's great.
All right, coming up next, we take a necessary break from your Philadelphia 76ers, even though I'm going to ask Shefty if he's heard anything. Because
I think he may. Yeah,
I hope he can give me some sort of breath of fresh air coming up next. But Adam Schefter, as he does every single Wednesday, will join us coming up next, straight up 8 o'clock, followed by today's headlines with Connor Thomas. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The East gets tougher. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by AAA Car.
97.5, The Fanatic. Hope you have a nice, safe trip into work this morning. And I hope your day is a little bit better than mine. Even though if we're all Sixers fans, we're not all that thrilled. Maybe Adam Schefter can help us. He joins us on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. And he's brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. Shefty, are the Sixers going to trade for somebody to help me cope with this Mikal Bridges trade?
It's the Nova Knicks, isn't it?
It's unbelievable.
It's making me want to vomit twice.
I heard a rumor this morning they're going to sign Chris Jenkins as well.
It's really good.
He hit the biggest shot. Why not? Give him an opportunity. I mean, Shefty, it's crazy. I need you to. I know you've broken NBA news in the past, and I know you know Woj. Are the Sixers like? Can you give me something? Because I'm miserable today.
You know, I could text a couple of them.
How about texting Woj right now on behalf of us saying that my boys need something, some little tidbit of squirrel of information? Because
I'm going to text somebody in the Sixers. I'm not texting. Woj is busy. Like, he's busy. Listen, I wouldn't want him to annoy me at the start of free agency, right? So I'm going to text somebody that I would know in the Sixers. Hold on.
Okay.
Any shot for any trade today.
All right, good. And then we'll see if you get a reaction right back. You just tell us.
That would be fantastic.
That'd be wonderful.
I would appreciate it.
Hold on. Take a look.
If you see the little dots come back, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's always a good.
Okay.
It's always a good sign. So hopefully Adam Schefter
Can get us some news.
Can break us.
Honestly, like, I guess it is the equivalent of NFL free agency, but all of a sudden, like, it is the same thing. But I love this when all these big stories start happening. It's like, wow, just love like a onslaught of stories, an avalanche of stories. It's just awesome. And Woj is phenomenal. He's the best there is. And he texted me last night. He's like, working on a big one. And he
sure enough.
I knew that trade was coming in advance.
What would if I said this to you on the eve of the NFL draft? A former NFL player who was a star, a legend of the game, had a kid, and their kid wasn't talented enough to be a first or second round pick.
Mm-hmm.
But teams were interested in drafting that player in the NFL and using high draft capital on him. What would you think about that?
Oh, you just lied. You said a former. No, that NFL player.
That NFL player, right?
That's Tom Brady.
Yes, Tom Brady had a kid. Like, and somebody was like, "Well, we're going to draft this kid. He's not the capable of playing right now, first or second round. He shouldn't even be drafted. But we're going to draft him just to try to lure Dad here." How would you handle that story?
As objectively as I possibly could. I mean,
how could you handle it objectively, though?
Why?
Because it's not.
Why couldn't I?
Because of the fact that I think the coverage of the whole Bronny story has been absurd. Because the lead story should be from NBA analysts, I should say, not NFL. NBA analysts should be, he shouldn't be drafted. He's not he doesn't have the skills.
I've never studied Bronny nor talked to people about him, but I've watched people on TV talk to him, and they say that the way he played at that combine in Chicago, they say he's a draftable player. Now, it sounds like he's going to go higher than he should. By the way, if I were running a team and I had a market or an organization that appealed to LeBron anyway, I would take the kid in the first round.
Thank you,
Yeah, but
Shefty.
he's got to be a Laker.
Hold on. Again, I'm just throwing this out here. Where do the Cleveland Cavaliers pick tonight?
They picked 20, I believe. I would take, look, if it was Cleveland and I had a chance to lure him back, a legit chance to lure him back, but it seems as everyone says he's going to be a Laker. So are the Lakers just going
to... Everybody says he's going to be a Laker, but don't the other NBA teams have a say in that? I mean, we're just going to wait and let the Lakers take him so they can have LeBron. Like, again, by the way, if I were the Knicks, I would take Bronny. I would take Bronny if I were the Knicks.
Oh, God, don't make me vomit, Shefty.
I would take Bronny if I were the Cavaliers.
It's incredible.
Why am I? By the way, like, these NBA picks, they're so disposable. They come and they go.
Yeah.
Okay.
And by the way, we're not even talking about one of these drafts that's supposed to be so good. Like, if I had the Cavaliers pick or the Knicks, well, maybe I think did the Knicks trade both their picks? last night?
Yeah, they're done, I believe.
Oh, they're done? Okay, well, it's a moot point then anyway, the Knicks. But if I were the Knicks and I had that pick, damn right I'm taking Bronny James, and I'm using it as a enticement to get LeBron to New York.
Yeah, you're trying to lure him over, and we'll see how that ends up playing out tonight. Obviously, ESPN will be covering the NBA draft, so we'll be paying attention to that.
By the way, do you think Howie Roseman would let that opportunity slide by?
Nope. Howie Roseman would not let that slide by.
I don't believe I've seen an NFL team take what is considered but leading up to the draft. There was the evaluations of his talent. That now it's like there's a spin going on. Yeah, he is draftable. He was never considered draftable. And then now it's the spin is, well, really he is. Whereas I've never seen a first or second round pick be made of a guy who people did not think was draftable.
John, that happens in football too, okay? I don't know that it's spin. I think there are people who are talking about it, reporting. They're saying what they're observing, what they're hearing, what they're being told. Now, maybe people are lying to them. I don't know why they would do that.
Or currying favor with LeBron.
In football, all the time, we see people who sometimes weren't considered draftable creep into the draft.
But in the second round, first round? No, we don't, Shefty. We do not.
But basketball is different. How many players are drafted? How many rounds are there? 2. How many players are on a team? It's smaller numbers. So, by the way, it would be the equivalent, in my mind, in football of a player sneaking into, let's just say, the 3rd or 4th round. Does that happen? Where all of a sudden a team rolls a dice on somebody? Like, whoa, it's not a comment. But that has happened many times where I've seen a team take somebody, and I have another team call me like, I can't believe they took that guy. Like, we had an undrafted free agent grade on that guy. So, again, you tell me, I don't know where the Lakers are picking tonight, what numbers they have, but I would love to look at the NBA draft. I'm going to do that right now, and I'm going to identify 3 or 4 places that I would say to you right now, if I were them, I would take Bronny before the Lakers could. And by the way, if I were the Lakers, who are they going to pick at 20 whatever that's going to be more valuable than Bronny? Now, I don't think LeBron's going anywhere with J.J. Redick. They obviously have a great relationship, so he's probably not leaving, but I don't know. To me, it's worth it. I'd give it a shot. And by the way, then maybe you trade him to L.A. for a 1 next year or another year. Okay, so, again, players are commodities, right? So Bronny is a commodity in an effort to pursue LeBron James here. I don't know. Here we go. So the Lakers pick 17. I'm sorry. If I were them, I'd be picking him. By the way, your Sixers are at 16.
Yeah, I've been asking for Bronny this entire offseason, Shefty.
Now here's what I would say to that. If there's a player they really like that they've identified as a really good player with upside to grow, look, I'm not gonna squander 16 if there's a player I believe in. But if there's a bunch of guys, which was what it sounds like tonight, and I'm sitting there at 16, 1 spot before the Lakers. At the very least, I'm calling the Lakers and saying, I'm telling you right now, give us a 2 or we're taking Bronny. And then once we take him, the price is growing.
Shefty, you let us know if you get some details on the Sixers there.
By the way, hold on a second. You think LeBron would have any interest? I'm just looking at this right now. I don't think he'd want to go to Atlanta. They're not using the
No, he's not going to Atlanta.
Yeah, okay. So, the first 3, 4, 5 picks, that's not realistic, right? Washington, Houston, Detroit, no. Charlotte, no. Portland, he's not going to. San Antonio, would he go to play with Pop and Wembanyama?
Be interesting. They have cap space for sure.
Right? That's... I mean, I don't think that he has long to go live in San Antonio, but to be around those people, and if they're going to be developing Bronny for him, that's interesting to me. Memphis, I don't think that would appeal. He's not going to Utah. How about Chicago? Would Chicago appeal to Bron?
I don't think so.
Oklahoma City, no, right?
I mean, it would be a chance to win.
Yeah, I know that. Sacramento, he's not going there. Portland, he's not going there. Miami.
Well, that would appeal.
Be another return.
That would appeal. I got to tell you something. 8 San Antonio, Miami 15, Philly 16, I'm sorry. If there's not a guy that I really like, I'm rolling the dice on Bronny.
Absolutely. I'm with you, Shefty. All right, so from an Eagles.
By the way, I called in this morning, and I'm thinking, where are we going this morning?
You didn't think this?
I never expected to be breaking down the McHale Bridges trade and figuring out a landing.
But here we are. We've made it. It's the beauty of sports talk in the middle of June, Shefty. Now, it's funny. I was literally going to ask you about.
I got more NBA news for you.
What do we got?
There is a shot for a trade tonight. There's a lot of interest in the Sixers' 16th pick. A lot.
Okay.
All right, that's good. A lot of interest.
Very good. Breaking
Adam
news.
Schefter here on 97.5 The Fanatic. You heard it here first. Shefty, I wanted to ask you about Jason Kelce, and I was going to say that I can't run from Jason Kelce. He's all over Wawa nowadays. There was the video of him with Taylor Swift, and now I just saw I just refreshed Twitter as we were speaking, and now he's doing a commercial with Vince Wilfork. So he's all over the place. But it makes me want to ask you this question. Have you gotten a sense? You have seen players retire before that were big-name players on different NFL franchises. Have you gotten a sense yet, I know it's early on, that the Eagles might be missing a Jason Kelce inside their locker room?
No, you wouldn't get that sense. Like, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you right now. They're going to miss Jason Kelce in their locker room. I don't need to see anything to know that they're going to miss the guy. But inevitably, what happens is, everybody moves on, and you find guys to step up, and I don't want to say replace those guys because they're irreplaceable. They're never replaced. But to help fill that void, somebody else will fill that void. I don't know whether that's Quinyon Mitchell or Saquon Barkley or Cooper DeJean or somebody that's come over there and signed. I don't know the way that locker room works as well as you guys would understand that, but I promise you that people will try to fill those, but they're not going to replace him. It's just like it just doesn't happen that way.
I wonder where that veteran leadership was last year, though, Shefty.
Well, by the way, how come Andrew didn't ask that question?
I'm wondering. I mean, I'm asking where that is because I hear about veteran leadership. They had tons of veterans in that locker room, Super Bowl rings and everything, and that locker room fell the hell apart.
Yeah, well, by the way, so Jason Kelce was there last year.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
I mean, so it's not – so whatever was going on, I don't know if they're trying to replace anything other than they're trying to improve upon things. And, I think, we'll look, here's the deal. I don't mean to oversimplify. Jason Kelce is an all-time icon of the city, an all-time player for the organization. But if they're winning this year, they're going to get the leadership that they want and need. It's just the way it is because they're winning. And those things take care of themselves when teams are winning. And that's going to be the key here. Can they do that? If they can do that, they're going to be all good.
Speaking of Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline. Shefty, last thing for you. As we continue to be armchair GMs here on Sports Talk Radio, and we look at the Eagles roster, and we're thrilled with the offense so far, and we still have some questions about the defense. Are there players out there still that you're surprised that haven't been picked up yet defensively that the Eagles could look after? And, of course, there's always the surprising cuts that happen during training camp. Anything on your radar so far that we can keep an eye on?
I don't have any surprising cuts just yet. I think that, we're looking at something now where there's a lot of safeties out there, a lot of safeties. And I don't think it would hurt for them to look at some of those safeties that are out there right now. I haven't heard that they are, but what's going to happen? Everybody's going to come back from their vacation, and mid-July roughly, and they're going to start taking a look, and they're going to be like, "Wow, I didn't realize that Justin Simmons is still out there right now. I didn't realize that some of these other safeties are still out there right now, and they'll probably make some calls. And if there's somebody that agrees to their price, I could see something like that happening in time. Why not?
Mr. NBA.
Thank you, NBA analyst.
We appreciate you coming on today, and we're looking forward to the big trade.
Yeah, I want to repeat that for the record in advance of tonight. Potential Bronny landing spots. 8 San Antonio, 15 Miami, 16 Philly. Those are the spots. If I were those teams, I'd have some gumption and some guts.
Yeah, because the Lakers will do whatever LeBron tells them to do. So that'll be good.
Absolutely. Shefty, we
Thanks.
appreciate it, man.
Thank you,
We'll talk
buddy.
to you again next week.
Thanks, guys. Have a great week.
There he's Adam Schefter on the
loves the
Comcast
NBA.
business. Oh, yeah, he's a big NBA
He
guy.
loves the NBA.
He, of course, brought to us by Landis Block Creator, your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise, online at landisbc.com, and he was on the Comcast Business Hotline. All right, it is 8:16 on Wednesdays. Usually it's 8 o'clock, or 8:05, excuse me, but on Wednesdays, because of Adam Schefter, it's time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
All right, Connor, what up?
What up, yo? All right, we gotta be a little bit happy today because the rest of the show has been kind of depressing, and rightfully so. But let's discuss a couple things going on up in New York that aren't as great as that trade that went down. First of all, I don't know if you guys saw this, but the Giants are going to be on the off-season edition of Hard Knocks when it all comes out.
Oh, yeah, I did see that.
And we got a little teaser, and in the teaser, we got an interior teaser that is good for Eagles fans, talking about Saquon Barkley negotiations and coming back from the Giants' perspective. This is short, but this is from the trailer.
Saquon, can you give me your word on that, or are you not going to give us a chance?
That's just the short clip, but it's a juicy tidbit of a phone conversation between the Giants and Saquon Barkley about him potentially coming back. We know where that ends up, but I'm excited to watch the Giants have their hearts broken over Saquon.
Are you going to negotiate, or are you not even going to give us a chance? And good for Saquon.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah, he's better. He's in a better spot.
He probably did listen. I imagine, like, the agent probably made him listen. But remember, he wanted more money last year.
Yes, he did.
And they refused to. And then they eventually gave him, what, like less than $1 million extra. And he kind of immediately turned his back on the running backs that were also trying to renegotiate. That was kind of dirty, Saquon.
It was a little dirty.
So what?
Dirty.
No. Remember they were going to make that coup where they were all going to like sit out and fake injuries.
You were just talking about the fact that you got to see with the Knicks. You've got to see a player care about the salary cap and getting the most money.
Dude, that's
and then
the
you're saying that
and then Saquon got less than $1 million. He goes, I'm good.
Absolutely. Andrew, say the line about what all people are. We're all hypocrites.
Yes, we are.
I want Saquon Barkley on the Eagles. All right, we're moving on to the next one here. This is courtesy of Zachary Rotman over at Fanside, and I picked this up on Crossing Broad. I want to give them credit for the original article, but apparently the Mets bloggers are not happy at all about the All-Star voting. We kind of touched on this, but this is an excerpt from the article. He says, I get it. Phillies fans want to see their own players get rewarded with All-Star game appearances, but come on, what exactly are we doing here? Guys like Bryce Harper and Alec Boehm, who are leading their positions and votes, absolutely deserve to be All-Stars, but that doesn't mean every single player on this team deserves to be on the team. If voting were to end today, 6 of the 9 starters for the Phillies would advance to Phase 2. So the Mets are butthurt even though they can't win
position
games.
players, not starting pitchers and relievers.
I'm not going to ever side with the Mets, but guys like Castellanos, guys like Stott, don't have any. Don't have any. They should not even be in the discussion for an All-Star.
That's why the fan vote.
That's why fan voting sucks.
Absolutely,
it's ridiculous.
That's why
fan
it sucks.
voting, but. You know, your Mets fans could also do what Philadelphia fans are doing.
No, they'd have to attend games and actually have quality internet
And
service.
by the way, let's not act like the Phillies aren't one of the best teams in baseball, and they're on national TV a lot this year, and so there's probably kids. I can't tell you the last time I voted for the All-Star.
Nah, I don't do it.
I can't tell you last time. It was probably when I was in high school.
My wife's voting every day.
That's awesome.
For the Phillies.
And I love
Every
that she's
day.
doing that. But I'm sure there are a lot of kids that are going, oh, man, Sunday Night Baseball. Oh, the Phillies are on. Oh, Alec Boehm leads the league in doubles and is near the top in RBI. I'm going to vote for him. It's crazy that from the second voting poll, he had over 1 million more votes than Manny Machado. Like,
that's wild.
That's kind of ridiculous. But hey, it is what it is.
I think the Mets are just upset because their lone All-Star representative right now is Grimace.
Yes. Oh, look, he turned the season around for
By the way, they win today. They're a 500 baseball team.
Yeah, congratulations to 500 Mets. We're very proud of them. All right, that's what we got, boys.
All right, that's today's headlines with Connor Thomas. Thank you, Connor. All right, we continue the discussion coming up next. We ended up talking a lot of NBA with Shefty, and figures I don't feel any better today. But we're going to get a trade tonight, it seems.
It does.
Shefty breaking news on the show. Or at least it seems like it.
If they can get the fourth player on their roster for that 16th pick,
it's a start.
It's a start.
It's a start, and that's all I can ask for. But that's not going to change the fact that the New York Knicks got a lot better last night with their trade for Mikal Bridges. All right, we get your texts, your calls coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
7:29 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Want to let you know that in less than 12 hours, so 11 hours and 31 minutes, the NBA draft coverage with D. Lynam and Tyrone Johnson live from the Sixers facility in Camden, right here on 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com. They'll be covering the first round of the NBA draft tonight. If they even make a pick, I expect them to trade that draft pick. I didn't really need Adam Schefter to tell us, but I'm glad that Shefty has sources. And Shefty is saying that there are a lot of teams eyeing that 16th overall pick that the Sixers do hold. I know there's been a lot of players that could fall to that 16 range. I mean, college basketball, especially a draft like this, it's such a crapshoot.
And it's not a deep draft.
No, it's not. So there are guys that you might want to take a flyer on at 16 instead of waiting until 30, or you don't want to overpay at 10. So 16 might actually be a good spot for a lot of teams to trade for. And the Sixers, the 16th overall pick, does not do anything for them. It does nothing.
And they brought up that on the ESPN overnights that it's just one person's opinion, but that 10 guys that would go in next year's draft, the top 10 overlaid, would go and they'd be next year's draft would be top 15 next year.
Right. Yeah, this draft seems to stink.
It seems like a stinky draft.
It seems like a stinky draft, but the 16th overall pick is something that teams value, and I don't expect the Sixers to be drafting a player tonight. And if they do, it's it's like a Mikal Bridges situation where you draft the player just to eventually trade them. So we'll see how that plays out for the Sixers, but make sure you're listening to our draft coverage tonight with Tyrone and D from the Sixers practice facility. Today's been a somber day, as the Knicks traded for Mikal Bridges yesterday. The only way people are coping with it is by trying to undervalue Mikal Bridges and saying that all of a sudden he stinks.
And if the Sixers had gotten Mikal Bridges, these are the same exact people who would be tweeting, there it is, on to the Celtics.
Did we speaking of that, did we get the follow-up text? No, we did not. We had a texter earlier today that is dismissive of me saying not only are the Boston Celtics and the New York Knicks a legitimate threat in the Eastern Conference, but the Milwaukee Bucks still are. And we had a texter that said, how can you say that? We don't know what Middleton's going to be like after his injury. We've seen that with Joel Embiid. Damian Lillard can't play defense. I'm sure that texter loves Tyrese Maxey.
I'm sure.
Tyrese Maxey doesn't play defense either.
Not at all.
Damian Lillard's also not the same player. I don't know. We don't know that. No, by the way, whoever the Sixers acquire, we're going to have to try to buy into whoever the Sixers acquire, just like the Milwaukee Bucks acquired Dame last year. I guarantee you that person has said positive things about the Sixers, but are always looking for the negative for the other teams. And look, he's right, or he or she is right. The texter is right that there are issues with Milwaukee. But let's not act like the Sixers don't have issues. And then we had a texter earlier that said the Sixers will beat the Knicks in 5.
So ridiculous.
How can you say that after they just beat you in 6?
Does that person believe the Sixers will be ahead of the Knicks in the Eastern Conference standings next year? I mean, because if you're saying Sixers in 5, somehow you're assuming that the Sixers are going to go and win 3 games in New York?
Well, unless you play them in the second round.
I mean, whatever it is. I don't believe the Sixers are going to be ahead of the Knicks. I don't believe anything that they do is going to put the Sixers ahead of the Knicks. But it doesn't mean they can't beat them in a playoff series. But over 82, I think the Knicks have built themselves. The Knicks and the Celtics have built themselves a really, really nice run.
Does this feel like the first time they don't have a realistic chance?
Yes, which is why I said this is the first time you can actually make a case that they blow it up, which I'm not doing. If you're just tuning in, I'm not doing it. I'm going down with the ship of Joel Embiid, the SS Embiid. Like that's like I'm going down with it. But this is the first time you can actually make a legitimate case that the Sixers should start over, because in years past, there have not been as many contenders as there are this year in the Eastern Conference. And this isn't a one-off for the Eastern Conference. The Celtics aren't going away after this next year. The Knicks aren't going away after next year. The Milwaukee Bucks will see, but that also gives time for other teams to rise up through the ranks. This is the first time if somebody were to make the case that they should blow it up, I'll actually listen, even though I'm not doing it.
The two of you are listening, right? I mean, we heard Connor earlier in the show.
Yeah.
You're now willing to listen to that.
Yeah, for the first time.
Because it's logical.
Yeah, the years past it has not been logical.
Think about it, but it's logical now.
Yeah, absolutely.
To think about it.
So I want to know real quick, just not too much time on this, but like, what is end of the road, the Titanic or SS Joel Embiid sinks? What does Andrew turn into? Do you descend into madness? Are you the Joker? Are you able to go back into a rebuild? I know you were in on the process. Like, mentally, if that does happen, are you just, like, shut down for 3 or 4 years?
And am I in for the Flyers rebuild?
You are.
Yeah.
I am.
Okay.
I'm pro rebuild. Like,
Oh,
you know,
no,
every
I got
team
you.
has to do it.
Will
Yeah,
we
but you
see
put so much into this one.
Will we see you descend into cosplaying like last time?
No.
Will you be with the cosplayers?
I'm not in college just trying to get free tickets to a basketball game to watch LeBron James on the Heat and Blake Griffin and that Clippers
Lob
team.
City Clippers.
Yeah, the Lob
I just want
City
to make
Clippers.
sure. Now, Connor, I could see cosplaying.
No.
I can see Connor dressed.
I can barely get a normal shirt on with my pack right now.
Here's what sucks. Because of the new drafting policy where you can draft a player and they have to play in the G League for a year and it's not out of high school. Like, the drafts aren't the same as it used to be. Like, I know that this year's draft stinks. But what have the last couple of drafts look like? Like, the number 1 overall pick is not necessarily the crown jewel anymore.
Not well. This year, it's not.
No,
Other
the
years,
last
other
couple
years,
of
yeah, but the other years, I would say 5 of the last 10. It's probably been pretty decisive.
I don't know. Paolo Banchero feels good. He doesn't feel great. Cade Cunningham feels good. He doesn't feel great. Maybe it's the organizations, but it's just like, yeah, it feels like it's getting watered down.
All right, so Wembanyama, right? Generational talent, of course. Banchero, I hear what you're saying. Cade Cunningham, Anthony Edwards is obviously a generational talent for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Zion's turned into nothing. I can't say nothing, sorry. He's very talented when he's healthy.
But he feels closer to Ben Simmons than he feels like Banchero or Cade Cunningham.
DeAndre Ayton is a
Bust.
piece.
Maybe not bust, but yeah.
He's a piece. Markelle Fultz, bust.
Yes.
Ben Simmons, bust. Cat, yeah, they got to the Western Conference Finals this year, but it's because of the other number 1 overall pick that they acquired 5 years after they drafted him. Andrew Wiggins, piece. Anthony Bennett, bust. Anthony Davis, star, but that's 12 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, the number 1 overall, it's kind of not the same as
college basketball's not the same.
Exactly.
And that's where it's not
what
fair
I'm
to do
saying.
that,
Like,
right.
that's why I don't care about draft picks anymore, because draft picks don't necessarily they're not really a lock anymore. There's the last couple of years they're doing pretty
they're
well.
not locks. I mean, I don't believe first round picks like in baseball. They're never locks.
Right.
In NBA, it's never lock, but it was a hell of a lot more of a sure thing a decade ago.
Absolutely. This is very much like Andrew's thoughts on prospects. It shouldn't be like, oh, you don't need any of them, get rid of all of them, they'll never work. But largely more often than not, your draft pick is probably not helping you.
Yeah, and if they are drafted number 1 overall, they might be a good piece to have. But, man, you're not drafted number 1 overall for a piece.
No, you're not.
You're drafting number 1 overall to try to uplift your franchise.
Your number 1 overall has got to be one of the top 3 options on your team, preferably 2. It's got to be, but it's got to be one of the top 3. It has to be there, and it's not.
Right, and then you also have to hit on everything else. Like,
yep.
Like, and plus, it's not just you. If you're the worst team in the league, you don't get the number 1 overall pick.
Right.
You have to win the lottery first.
Yep.
Like, that's why I don't like doing. Like, that's why I don't care about draft picks, man. Like, I don't. But at some point, you're gonna have to get back to it if it doesn't work out. And yes, so I will buy in because it's the only way you can do it.
Well, how many of the contenders, and we're not going to do it now, but how many of the contenders are the teams that are like the top 8 teams that could win a championship? The top 8 are built through the draft. And I bet you you might found half of them have their key pieces came through the draft, and half of them, go the piece together route.
Boston obviously was draft picks with their 2 best players in Tatum and Brown, but they added players to that team. The New York Knicks,
they drafted well, but they also go out and shop. They go and shop.
Acquired DiVincenzo. Acquired
DiVincenzo, Brunson. Their starting 5 wasn't draft picks.
And they're shopping.
Yeah, they didn't draft any of those players.
Yeah,
they acquired all those guys.
There's a shopping. It's become more of a shopping thing.
Yes,
it's become more of a. But the only thing is, you have to have the other pieces to make the shopping valuable. Like, I don't know tonight. Does the 16th pick in the draft get us one of the top 4? Well, get us our 3rd or 4th player. If it happens, then you're more optimistic that Daryl Morey's pulling something out coming up next week. We'll see. I don't know what the 16th pick's going to get you tonight.
Yeah, we'll
find
out tonight, man.
We've just made the case that the 16th pick, if the top 5 picks aren't that valuable, top 10 picks aren't that valuable.
Right.
The 16th is not that valuable.
Right. Let's go to Rodney in Mount Airy. Rodney, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's
up,
Rob?
buddy?
Hey, this is my first time calling the show. And
Yeah, what's up, man?
I had to call y'all because finally somebody gets it as far as, like, I'm not a fan of acquiring old players on this team. Like, the East just got better, and they getting younger, and it's just like we just going backwards, and it's just like I'm just fed up, man.
Well, here's the deal. I get what you're saying, but to your point and your dislike of it, so you either sign Paul George, who is that player that you don't want, it seems, obviously the aging veteran, or you start over. And so either way, if one doesn't work or like both, it's going to take time. It's going to be 5 years until they're relevant again. So I would rather give myself a chance to still win with Joel Embiid by acquiring a Paul George before I would trade Joel Embiid away, because what are you doing in the draft? You're trying to find another player as good as Joel Embiid.
Win what? Can you define that, though?
Win a championship, John. Like, that's...
They're not winning a championship.
They're not.
I mean, they're not.
They might not.
No, not that
but
they
I'm going to give myself a chance. I'm going to give myself a chance.
You're not giving yourself a chance, though. They're not winning a championship.
You can't just say that in actuality.
I can say it in knowledge of understanding of how the NBA works. No, you're not. Not unless but if I see moves in the next 10 days, I could get talked into, yes, you're
I will just remind you that everybody wrote off the Boston Celtics last year, and they won a championship.
I did not. Everybody did. I picked them to win the East this year. So, no, not everybody did.
A lot of people did. Thanks for the call, Ronnie.
They were the consensus pick to go to the finals before the season.
A lot of people
They
wrote
were the
them
consensus pick to go to the finals out of the East.
Because the Eastern Conference was weak.
And everybody said that. No questions asked. But nobody was writing them off. They had them in the finals.
A lot of people thought, John, that Tatum and Brown were either not going to work or one of them wasn't a winner. And
well,
look, they told you what they thought about Jaylen Brown because they paid him the biggest contract in NBA history.
Yes.
So they clearly thought that they were still going to win, but there was a lot of chatter around the Boston Celtics.
I hope that the Sixers will get bad enough that they will be picked for the finals.
I hope so, too. All right, we continue the conversation. We have more texts and we have more calls to get to. It's a day where we vent. It's a day where we all react. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, Around the Bases with Andrew Salciunas.
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Going to continue reacting to what happened last night in the NBA. Mikal Bridges going to the New York Knicks and what that means for the Philadelphia 76ers. Tonight is draft night, by the way. So what do the Sixers do to try to keep up with Boston, New York, and Milwaukee? Or do you think it's time to start over? So we'll continue that conversation as the show goes on. But for my own sanity, I would like to talk about something positive.
You want something good news?
Just something positive. Because during Around the Bases, I pointed out that Bryce Harper went yard yet again yesterday. And then, John, you told me some incredible numbers for Harper.
Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports, congratulations on doing some good research this morning. Since May 1st, you got to have a minimum of 100 at-bats in baseball to be considered for this. Bryce Harper, number one in home runs, number one in RBI, number one in base on balls, number one in extra base, number one in on-base percentage, number one in slugging percentage, number one in OPS, and number one in total bases.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
All, that's all he's doing?
But you know what? Hold the damn man accountable. No, that's pretty awesome. That is absolutely spectacular.
It is amazing, and I looked it up after you gave me those numbers. So he won NL Player of the Month in the month of May, where he batted .313, had an on-base of .407, slugging of .583, hit 7 home runs, 5 doubles, drove in 24 runs. So far in June, that batting average of .313 in May, how about .390 in June?
That's pretty good.
Oh, wait a minute.
.407 on base in May, how about .468 in June? Slugging of .583, how about .756 in June? 7 home runs in June to 7 home runs in May. There's still a couple days left in this month. 9 doubles in June to the 5 he hit in May. The only thing that's lacking is ribbies. He had 9 more RBI in the month of May, but there is still some time for him to drive in runs. But he's also scored more runs, and he's had more hits and less at-bats and less plate appearances. Bryce Harper is having a ridiculous month. So I decided to look just for S and gigs. I looked at the last 30 days, the leaders in the last 30 days, because for some reason MLB.com does not allow me to pick the month of June, but 30 days is fine, right? That's 4 extra days of May. So Ohtani has the most home runs in this stretch with 11, but he's hitting .286, whereas Bryce Harper is hitting .361.
Oh, my gosh.
He has 10 doubles, which is the most among qualified players, among players in the National League over the last 30 days. So the batting average is, I think, second highest, only behind Francisco Lindor. His doubles is most, and the 7 home runs puts him in the same conversation. Ohtani has a 2 home run lead over the next closest guy. Everybody else is kind of in that same area. Like Kyle Schwarber has 8 home runs. Bryce Harper could very well win NL Player of the Month in the month of June as well.
Dude, yeah, but you're shooting too low. We got to start having like the daily, this guy is going to win another MVP discussion.
Oh, yeah, we should.
The only thing is the Ohtani stuff is so, it's just like such a talking point for people.
Yeah.
That they look at it, Harper is having a better year. Harper's a better player right now.
There's an easy argument for the people making this vote to say Bryce Harper is doing something well above Shohei Ohtani, and it's the fact that he's playing high-level defense at first base in addition to this offensively. When you look at defense normally in an MVP race, it doesn't matter all that much unless you got a guy who's like Mike Trout and a stellar center fielder at a premium position. But when you got a guy who's DHing and can't play the field right now due to injury versus a dude who's playing Gold Glove caliber defense at first base.
Valuable?
I love it, yeah.
Yeah, it's Bryce Harper.
No,
right.
I mean, is Harper's going to make the case for himself that he could cruise to this.
He should.
If this and he doesn't even have to continue at this pace, because this pace is absurd.
Yeah, his pace is absurd. For him to be number one in so many statistical categories since the month of May, but he's number one also in the month of June, so he could win Player of the Month again, and then that should, I don't want to say solidify MVP, because obviously a lot of stuff has to still happen, but to have 2 NL Player of the Months under your belt, that goes a long way when it comes to voting.
And by the way, too, can I just say something? Is as Kyle Schwarber, if anyone had told me Kyle Schwarber at any point in his career after last year, if they told me at any point in his career he'd be hitting above 250, I would have laughed at them. And I would have been wrong.
Yeah,
I mean, he
he's-
has taken a different approach at the plate. He's still incredibly productive at knocking in runs and everything, but he has taken a completely different approach, and it has paid off.
And the splits this year is still crazy. Tom
crazy.
McCarthy actually asked him about it the other day during the broadcast. He's hitting.
It's unreal.
All right, I think I forget what I told you guys last time. Do you know what his batting average against lefties is now? Because it's gone up.
Like 347.
I was going to guess 351.
345.
Oh,
so
my
very
gosh.
spot
Just
on.
missed
We
it.
both bet over, though, so we don't win.
So he's
true.
hitting just 185 against right-handed pitching, which is amazing.
Just 185 puts him better than like 3 guys in the Phillies roster.
Just 185 puts him better than like last year.
That's unbelievable.
He himself last year.
I love it. And it is something that we haven't talked about enough. But he right now is also making the case that he already had he always did well with the on-base percentage thing.
Yes.
But now he's showing more that, okay, it doesn't seem absurd that he'd be a leadoff.
Yeah, look, last year, as great as he was a two-trick pony. It was Walker home run.
Right, exactly.
This year he's getting bat on ball for other reasons. That's not just a home run. And look, it's amazing what he has done, what Harper's doing, and what this team is doing despite yesterday's loss.
Well
All right,
done.
9 o'clock hour coming your way. And what we will do is hit that text line heavy, those phone lines heavy. I just needed to take a few minutes to talk about something that makes me smile, because obviously what happened last night did not make me smile for the New York Knicks. We also have our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. You hear that coming your way at 9:10. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports.
97.5, The Fanatic on this Wednesday morning. Don't forget again tonight, 8 o'clock, first round NBA draft coverage with Tyrone Johnson, D-Line live from the Sixers facility.
That's great.
They'll be on the air, I imagine, when a trade happens. Because there's no way the Sixers are selecting a player tonight. I can't believe that they are going to draft somebody.
Or do they select a player and then trade the player?
Okay, fine. I'll say this.
He's going to be one of those.
The player that is selected with the 16th overall pick tonight will not be wearing a Sixers uniform to start this.
I think that's fair. It's something that I think the NBA does poorly. I hate that about the draft night.
Why?
I hate it. I hate the idea
that they wear the other gear.
That they put on
the hat.
And all that stuff.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
To me, it's a waste of time. What's an even bigger waste of time though is the NBA making their draft a 2-night event.
I really don't get it.
It's absurd.
It's a money grab. That's what it. But by the way, it's not even 2 nights. It's 1 night, and then it's like late afternoon tomorrow because there's a presidential debate tomorrow.
Nobody's going to watch.
So
nobody's watching tomorrow.
And by the way, the second round, every once in a while, there's the Max Struses of the world, but there's also the Arturas Gudaitis, who the Sixers drafted, and I don't think he played a second in the NBA.
It's a family show.
Come on, man.
This is the Jokic Taco Bell rule.
Right.
You don't want to do drafted in the second round during a Taco Bell commercial that's going to turn into a
That's the guy that's
going
to turn into something. Right, exactly. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know why. I guess the only reason is to not keep people in the building as late. Because that's how long was the draft? Ended up being 5 or 6 hours.
Is it that long?
The first and second rounds?
Yeah.
They lasted a long time.
It was a long time.
Man.
I know that I never lasted for the second round.
I only know that it went into the early morning because I used to, back in the day, produce the NBA draft special where we would have different people doing the show. And then all of a sudden, I'm looking at the clock. It's 2 a.m. and we're drafting the 55th overall pick.
Speaking of, I've never been more confident in something than that someone in that room has this answer. For us who have to wake up early tomorrow morning, what time do we think 16 overall is getting picked? In case they do stay there and select a player.
It starts at 8, right?
Starts at 8.
16 gets picked
closer
10:30.
I'll say after 10 o'clock because here's why. All these first round draft, they got to do the upbringing stories, and the NBA draft loves pulling at the heartstrings.
That's true.
Everybody had some sort of horrible situation happen in their life, and they like to point that out. And then the
it's
commercials
not as bad
are
as
longer.
The Olympics.
Yeah,
it's not as bad as the Olympics where you have to see,
I would say after 10 o'clock that we see it.
I'll say over under 10-18.
That's why if you just come to basketball tonight and don't be a coward.
Dude, I have no back.
Oh, my back hurts. But I played 18 holes of golf yesterday.
I'm sleepy. I didn't get my nap time yesterday, and now I'm cranky.
Yeah,
you're not cranky, though. And by the way,
I'm a little cranky.
I never saw Connor start worse on a golf course than I saw him yesterday at Rolling Green. And thank you to Bruce for that. But he turned it on, man.
Turned it on, man.
He played through and he turned it on.
That's Connor Thomas.
Listen, man, it's my Jordan flu game. Playing golf at a nice private course with a broken back.
All right, we have broken back. Jesus Christ. We have Adam Schefter coming up at 9:10. Our 5 best minutes of Shefty from earlier today. But I want to give you guys more of a chance to react to the news last night that the New York Knicks make the trade for Mikal Bridges, and now the Sixers are looking up at the Boston Celtics and the New York Knicks. Like I say, clear favorites, the Boston Celtics and New York Knicks. That doesn't mean the Sixers don't have a chance to respond and make a move of their own, but this is the first time, I believe, in the Embiid era where you can make a legitimate case, not just because you don't like bigs or because you don't like him, you don't like his attitude. No, this is the first time you as a Sixers fan can make a legitimate case as to why they should blow it up, start over, just build around Tyrese Maxey. It's not something that I am going to do, but this is the first time there is a legit case because this is the first time there's more than one legit contender in the Eastern Conference. And don't forget, I said this earlier, I'll say it again. The only reason why we said that this was the best path to the Eastern Conference Finals for the Sixers was because of injuries to Milwaukee. That's the only reason why, not because the Sixers were better, but because of injuries.
We all thought the Sixers were going to beat the Knicks.
And we can't expect that again next year.
And we thought the Sixers were going to beat the Knicks, though. And they could have.
They should have. I stand by it.
No, I agree. They should have.
And they did not because of lack of effort in 2
By the way,
games.
Paul George's opt-in is Saturday.
Okay. Oh yeah, remember Wendy said this weekend we will.
So we'll know
we will find out.
Saturday. We're going to know Saturday whether he opts in on the close to $49 million.
And if he opts in, that means he's getting traded. Like
and if
he's
he
not
opts
opting in to stay.
And if the Sixers do it, it's malpractice.
Amazing. He's opting in for $49 million to get traded.
And if
if like $49 million's nothing.
No, but it's malpractice if the Sixers give up a ton of assets and extend him into like the $200 million contract.
Unless they get another player from a 3-team trade, which is a possibility. Oof. All right, let's go to Mike in Delran. Hello, Michael. Good morning.
Mikey.
What's up, guys?
Hey, buddy.
You know.
If burner accounts weren't enough, if Ben Simmons being a bust and Markelle Fultz being a bust wasn't enough, if Tobias Harris suck it wasn't enough, if Jimmy Butler not working wasn't enough, if James Harden not working wasn't enough, we traded that guy for Zaire Smith. Zaire Smith, he just fetched 5 first-round picks. Yep. Listen, I'm sorry. Joel Embiid, I love you. I want you to win a title. You're not doing it here. I don't care how much hope Andrew has. It's never going to happen. We're not going to sniff the Eastern Conference Finals no matter what we do. Short of LeBron James walking through that door, we are done. It's over. Now, listen, yesterday I heard 2 very rich people tell me about how I'm going to commute to my games when they're in Center City. Guess what? When we're 14 and like 68, I'm not going. So if you want me there in that stadium, you better blow it up now. You better pray to God your draft picks hit. And I swear, if I'm sitting in that stadium watching a team win 14 games a season, I'm going to probably throw myself off a bridge. Go Birds.
You're the man, Mike.
I like the energy.
I appreciate the call.
I'm going to tell you one thing. There's never been a better time to blow it up. There's never been a better time. You want as a franchise. If you say, go 1 more year, then blow it up. Go 2 more years, then blow it up. You're in the best position you would be to blow it up and to have it be the quickest, easiest chance to rebuild would be if you blew it up now.
Well, I don't know if we can say there's never been a better time. There's never been a better time if you just look at the Sixers. But if you look at the landscape...
I'm saying for the Sixers.
I know, but this is another point that we have to consider. If you look at the landscape of the league, we just went into a whole conversation about how the draft ain't what it used to be. And you look at the landscape of the league, and there are a lot of teams that are established with players under contract for the next 5 years or close to it. There isn't really that much young available talent. So
that's why you can get with not that young available talent. If a guy like Embiid, if you decided to make a move, the market would never be stronger.
Okay.
Every year, the market for Embiid is going to get less.
That's a very fair point.
And so, to me, getting draft picks, getting draft capital, getting all those things so you can maneuver. You've got the salary cap space you've got is incredible. There's never been a better time to do it. You're not going to be in a better position to do it next year. And again, I'm waiting on saying that. I'll wait and see what Daryl Morey can do, but I realize maybe it'll be a missed opportunity.
It could be, and
it might be a missed opportunity.
That's why I've said over and over again today that now is the first time you can actually, to me, make a legitimate case.
Now, let's do this. Do any of us believe Daryl Morey's ever actually going to do this?
No.
Right?
I think Daryl Morey is going to try to put together a team that he believes can compete in the Eastern Conference this year.
Right, and this isn't right or wrong. This is reality or fiction.
Right, compete or win. I don't give a damn about competing. I don't give a damn about competing.
You have to compete to win.
Because that's going to be the move. Now you're wordsmithing. Can he build a team that can win the East? Can he build a team?
Yeah, I'll
come on.
Yes.
Come on.
Dude, I'm not saying when I say compete, John, I'm not saying to be a 7th seed. I'm saying
what I'm saying
top
is
4 seed.
If you're telling me right now you believe that Daryl Morey can put a menu together that is going to say, because to get to the NBA Finals, you're not only going to have to beat Boston, you're going to have to beat the Knicks too. You could tell me that you could see him. I could see a Paul George coming in here, and then we can beat the Knicks and beat the Celtics in back-to-back series. I'm going to tell you, you're out of your freaking mind.
If you get Paul George on a max contract and then OG Anunoby, because who knows what his value is, he comes here as a very expensive but not max contract. Now all of a sudden you got 4 legitimate players.
And I'm telling you that team does not beat Knicks is not getting past Knicks Celtics in the East. They're not.
You don't
not
think
as currently constituted.
Maxey, Embiid, George, and OG would not beat the Knicks?
Could they beat the Knicks? Yes. Will they? They should have beat the Knicks this year.
Yeah,
I'm not going to assume. So I'm not assuming anything. And then you're telling me getting by the Celtics? Then that's good Celtics. Like, I mean, it's like we got to look at something as building something to just say, hey, we built a 52-win team that is maybe the third or fourth best team in the conference. It does nothing for me. It really doesn't. It does. But I'm willing to have an open mind and see what Daryl does to see how excited I'm willing to be.
All right,
That's about it.
It is 9:10. We do this every single Wednesday. We speak with Adam Schefter at 8 o'clock, and then at 9:10, we play the 5 best minutes of it. Adam Schefter can help us. Shefty, are the Sixers going to trade for somebody to help me cope with this Mikal Bridges trade?
It's the Nova Knicks, isn't it?
It's unbelievable.
It's making me want to vomit twice.
I heard a rumor this morning they're going to sign Chris Jenkins as well.
It's really good.
He hit the biggest shot. Why not? Give him an opportunity. All right, so from an Eagles.
By the way, when I called in this morning, and I'm thinking, where are we going this morning?
You didn't think this?
I never expected to be breaking down the Mikal Bridges trade and figuring out a landing.
But here we are. We've made it. It's the beauty of sports talk in the middle of June, Shefty. Now, it's funny. I was literally going to ask you about.
I got more NBA news for you.
What do we got?
There is a shot for a trade tonight. There's a lot of interest in the Sixers' 16th pick. A lot.
Okay.
All right,
Good.
that's good. A lot of interest.
Very good. Breaking
Adam
news.
Schefter here on 97.5 The Fanatic. You heard it here first. Shefty, I wanted to ask you about Jason Kelce, and I was going to say that I can't run from Jason Kelce. He's all over Wawa nowadays. There was the video of him with Taylor Swift, and now I just saw I just refreshed Twitter as we were speaking, and now he's doing a commercial with Vince Wilfork. So he's all over the place. But it makes me want to ask you this question. Have you gotten a sense? You have seen players retire before that were big-name players on different NFL franchises. Have you gotten a sense yet, I know it's early on, that the Eagles might be missing a Jason Kelce inside their locker room?
No, you wouldn't get that sense. Like, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you right now. They're going to miss Jason Kelce in their locker room. I don't need to see anything to know that they're going to miss the guy. But inevitably, what happens is, everybody moves on, and you find guys to step up, and I don't want to say replace those guys because they're irreplaceable. They're never replaced. But to help fill that void, somebody else will fill that void. I don't know whether that's Quinyon Mitchell or Saquon Barkley or Cooper DeJean or somebody that's come over there and signed. I don't know the way that locker room works as well as you guys would understand that. But I promise you that people will try to fill those, but they're not going to replace him. It's just like it just doesn't happen that way.
I wonder where that veteran leadership was last year, though, Shefty.
Well, by the way, how come Andrew didn't ask that question?
I'm wondering. I mean, I'm asking where that is because I hear about veteran leadership. They had tons of veterans in that locker room, Super Bowl rings and everything, and that locker room fell the hell apart.
Yeah, well, by the way, so Jason Kelce was there last year.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
I mean, so it's not, so whatever was going on, I don't know if they're trying to replace anything other than they're trying to improve upon things. And, I think, we'll look, here's the deal. I don't mean to oversimplify. Jason Kelce is an all-time icon of the city, an all-time player for the organization. But if they're winning this year, they're going to get the leadership that they want and need. It's just the way it is because they're winning. And those things take care of themselves when teams are winning. And that's going to be the key here. Can they do that? If they can do that, they're going to be all good.
Speaking of Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline, Shefty, last thing for you. As we continue to be armchair GMs here on Sports Talk Radio, and we look at the Eagles roster, and we're thrilled with the offense so far, and we still have some questions about the defense. Are there players out there still that you're surprised that haven't been picked up yet defensively that the Eagles could look after? And, of course, there's always the surprising cuts that happen during training camp. Anything on your radar so far that we can keep an eye on?
I don't have any surprising cuts just yet. I think that, we're looking at something now where there's a lot of safeties out there, a lot of safeties. And I don't think it would hurt for them to look at some of those safeties that are out there right now. I haven't heard that they are, but you know what going to happen? Everybody's going to come back from their vacation, and mid-July roughly, and they're going to start taking a look, and they're going to be like, "Wow, I didn't realize that Justin Simmons is still out there right now. I didn't realize that some of these other safeties are still out there right now," and they'll probably make some calls. And if there's somebody that agrees to their price, I could see something like that happening in time. Why not?
All right, there's our 5 best minutes from Adam Schefter. You can hear the entire interview on 97.5thefanatic.com. The first half of it was a lot about the Sixers, and he did text some sources for us, and it seems like he expects tonight's trade to be draft pick to be traded.
I think most people expect it to be traded.
I think so.
Right? I mean, it's the
there's been more steam that this player, the Sixers like that player, but it's probably coming from the Sixers camp to try to up the value for the trade.
Yeah,
and that's probably what the deal.
And that's good strategy.
Yep. All right,
good strategy.
Connor, what do we have on the text line? Still in response to what was going on with the Sixers and the Knicks trading for Mikal Bridges?
Yeah, people are actually getting a little bit happier, it seems.
Okay.
Not really, no.
No?
People are
Yeah,
still
not
upset. Ryan from Florida brings up a point that you kind of echoed, Andrew. If we were waking up this morning, finding out the Sixers got Bridges, we would be high-fiving because they just jumped the Knicks and possibly the Bucks. This is a problem.
Yeah, this is a problem.
This is the truth.
It's like just put ourselves in other shoes, and we would realize how excited we are. Like I just saw Paulie Cheesesteak on Twitter.
I love Paulie.
I follow him, so he didn't tag anybody in this, but I follow him, and I don't mind that he tweeted this out. Sports Radio overreacting to the Mikal Bridges trade, saying now's the time to blow it up because the Knicks are too good, like they just got prime LeBron. It's not necessarily that.
And we, by the way, we never said that. So it's again.
But the Mikal Bridges makes the Knicks team better. The Celtics are defending NBA champions and are not going away anytime soon. The Bucks will still be in the conversation. The Sixers will still be in the conversation. But if you look at the landscape of free agency and the trade pieces, and again, I'm going off of only rumors, there might be a surprise trade, just like the Bridges trade was a surprise trade last night to the New York Knicks. There might be a surprise trade where we go, holy hell, the Sixers are back. I'm reacting to what happened last night and reacting to all the rumors that we've seen and looking at the landscape of free agency. It's bleak. It's not great right now. So
next year, by the way, though, a hell of a lot better in free agency. And I'm reading one of these things now, is that 3 times better draft prospects in 2 rounds. There's 3 times the talent in next year's draft. So next year's the big draft, and next year's a better free agency.
You know what it sounds like? Joel Embiid burn it out in the Olympics. Paul Reed play every game. And then, hey, let's go ahead and draft high.
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think that's happening.
1 year process,
and it's just, but it sucks. Like, do I think the New York Knicks are going to win the NBA championship? No. Do I think the New York Knicks have a better chance right now than the Philadelphia 76ers? I do.
Distinctly.
And I have to see what the Sixers do this offseason. I'm not even saying trade Embiid. I didn't even say to blow it up. To my man Paulie Cheesesteak's point, like I didn't say to blow it up. But now is the first time that if somebody did call in and say they should blow it up, it's the first time I will listen and not call you a lunatic and say something probably borderline disrespectful.
If you're not even willing to discuss it, that you're like it might be the time to think this is heading towards being over. You have your head in the sand. You have to at least think about it. But advocating for it without seeing what potentially can be done here by Daryl Morey, I think is
right. Like,
it's pulling the trigger a little too early.
They could trade for Kevin Durant for all I know.
Who knows?
You never know what could happen.
They could. Like, the Suns are in cap hell. They need to move on from one of those contracts. Kevin Durant, let's face it, it's not like he hasn't been afraid to run from bad situations in the past.
Yeah, usually he's trying to cling on to other people's coattails. But Houston and Oklahoma City both interested. They have distinctly better opportunities to take him out.
They do.
Yeah.
They're going to be able to make a much better deal than the Sixers could.
Kevin Durant can also push for a location because we do know that the Stars run the league.
I don't think Phoenix is going to care. They don't have any attachment to him.
They might not.
They don't have any they don't owe him anything.
No, they don't.
We're grasping at straws, but what else do we have?
Well, the thing is, though, that's a straw you could grasp at much more than like the LeBron thing.
Yeah.
That's a lot more of of
But dude, I'll grasp at
believable
any
thing.
straw at this point. But to Mr. Cheesesteak's point, I don't know him well enough to call him Paulie.
Paulie.
Guess what, dude? It hasn't taken prime LeBron to beat the Sixers.
No.
To his point about like, oh, we're acting like the Knicks just got prime LeBron. The Sixers have existed in a world without that guy.
The Sixers lost to
and
the
the Knicks just
this
lost.
year.
Yeah, the Knicks just beat the
Come
Sixers.
on.
Like it's unbelievable.
So, this is a problem.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
It's not a good sign for our Sixers team. All right, coming up next, we get to more text messages. If you still want to call in, feel free, 610-632-0975. When we get to the text messages coming up next, feels like a pretty dark day in Philadelphia today. I don't even know if the sun's shining. I haven't looked outside. I've just been sitting in this studio in misery every single break. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here at 97.5 The Fanatic. It's 97.5 The Fanatic. Coming up soon, we'll have our crossover with Bob Cooney, and we'll also do the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. But I want to give people some last opportunities for this show. Obviously, the station continues with Middays with Bob coming up next.
I'm fascinated to hear Bob's take on this today.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So would love to hear what you guys think about Mikal Bridges going to the New York Knicks and what that means for the Sixers. Our 2 questions today. It's been one of those days, such a polarizing day that we really didn't get into anything else. Like, it's been the same 2 questions all show long. Number 1 was, what do the Sixers do to keep up with not only Boston, but now the Knicks and the Milwaukee Bucks? Or part 2 is, if you don't think that they can keep up, do you believe it's time to start over? Now, I got a tweet from the Sixer Elixir.
Okay. Good name, by the way.
Obviously, very probably positive pro-Sixer Twitter account.
Okay, what's he saying?
With an off-season that brings you Paul George, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, OG Anunoby, along with the returns of Nicholas Batum and Kelly Oubre, lighten your mood. And I said,
absolutely lighten the mood.
Yeah, but that seems like a pipe dream.
It's a pipe dream. But it's lighten the mood. Yes, it would. Would LeBron James coming here lighten our mood? Yes, it would. Well, why are we talking like that?
Well, like, I get what the Elixir is saying. Like, all right, Batum and Oubre, a lot of reports that they're coming back.
Batum's...
I know.
He's a guy who wanted to retire. He said he wanted to retire last year. So you're getting a guy on his last legs?
Yes. But to the tweet's
I want
point,
Oubre back.
Batum and Oubre, it looks like that's a possibility. The KCP thing heated up heavily recently.
Okay.
The Sixers have been in on Paul George for a long time now. And OG Anunoby was linked to the Sixers last year. I just thought he was going to re-sign with the Knicks, but who knows what they end up doing now that Bridges is there. So it's possible that they acquire all those players. Likely? I don't think so.
No, it's not likely that that's your team.
They're also fighting 30 other teams that are going to try to acquire all those players.
That have all and many of them having, we think the Sixers have this great draft capital. There are many teams that have better, like far deeper draft capital. And by the way,
Paul George, all those players would be signed, right? I don't know. KCP's
no, but I'm saying
a free agent.
I got you. But I mean, as far as you're trying to build around and go get stuff, this team, as it's rebuilding, it's good. But there are a lot of teams that have just wealth of draft picks.
I don't know. Do you guys
going to help them shop?
Do you guys look at the draft capital as building the roster, or do you look at the draft capital as just getting that third max contract player?
Pieces.
Pieces.
I don't think of selecting players.
Well, no, not selecting.
No,
I'm saying
using them to get players.
Yeah, when I think about trading draft picks, I'm thinking about one player on this future team, and it's whoever the third star is. I don't care about trading for any of the role players. I think you can fill that out with available players.
Well, I was thinking if you signed Paul George, then you use those draft picks to then trade for legit depth, like another star. Look, you're still going to need 2 more starters, right? Like your starting 5 is not going to be Maxey, Embiid, George, Paul Reed, and Ricky Council.
I'll tell you honestly, I'm basically resigned to the fact that the Sixers are going to have to make a trade to fill that third spot. Like,
no, I don't
that's
think
where I'm at right now.
I don't think you're crazy about that at all. I mean, I don't think you're drafting anybody tonight who can be that third player.
And
not
I don't
at
think
16.
free agency is going to be the answer either.
No, it's not. If you look at the
sucks.
free agents, they're terrible. And I guarantee you, I'm not going to be able to handle all the people that will spin well, look at what Paul George is and what Paul George can be. And I'm not going to. It's going to drive me crazy.
Well, we need to see, and look, Daryl Morey, who has been creative in the past.
He has been.
Has the opportunity and the necessity to be creative this offseason.
That's why I'm holding out hope.
No, I agree with you.
Because I'm going to give Daryl the benefit of the doubt that he can at least give him the opportunity.
I'll give him the opportunity.
Yeah, give him the opportunity that I'm still going to be a believer. But I got to tell you, it's coming down to it. It's going to be hard.
All right, well, there's one other option we can root for, too. Us 3 in this room. And maybe some listeners, depending on how they feel. We could root for, the content, cataclysmic event. And they draft Bronny at 16 after this move. And just, steer into the crazy cycle. I mean,
I still got some pride.
Do you? Because you wanted him with 1.
Yeah, if I got LeBron James on.
We said not till the ink's dry.
You thought you were going. You thought it was going to be that they were going to be able to.
Whoever gets Bronny gets LeBron. That's what we
thought. You don't take Bronny James. You don't do
If
that.
you get
By the
LeBron,
way,
you do it.
by the way, no, but by the
knew he was
way,
still in.
by the way,
If you
too,
get
is
Bronny,
that-
if you're telling me, John, you get LeBron James because you drafted Bronny James, you do it a million times out of a million.
no, if you were getting if LeBron said to you, Daryl Morey, draft him at 16, I'm coming. I said to you at the point, I'd be totally in.
Yes.
I'd do it. I would do it. You're not. He's not right now. It does not appear that that's the case.
Correct.
In fact,
Right.
ESPN is already ramping up draft coverage for night 2, or
Right.
is known as the Bronny James.
Bronny night, yeah.
They're not expecting Bronny to go tonight.
That
They're
would be the
expecting
Hail
it to
Mary
be.
of all Hail Marys.
Exactly.
Right, absolutely. All right, let's go to Bruce and Wayne. Then we'll get some texts as well. Bruce, you're on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hey guys, how's it going?
How you doing,
Good,
Bruce?
buddy.
Good. Real quick for clarification, because I'm sure John's thinking this in the back of his mind, like talking about Wayne. Yeah, I'm in the Monco section of Wayne. I'm not in the Delco section.
Oh, good. Okay, so you're in that section of Wayne. All right, good.
Yeah, I'm in the good section, if you will.
You're in a good one.
Wanted to talk about the Sixers and Embiid, because I think, unfortunately, you're stuck with Embiid. And that, I'm not saying that as an Embiid hater. I think anything you do moving forward has to include Embiid, because any sort of trade you get with Embiid is not going to be, you're not going to get not only the return that's equal to his stature, but you're not going to get a return, I think, that's going to help you rebuild or go to the next phase or move on from him. So I think the best thing that you could do is build a team around Embiid, with the idea that maybe in 5 years, if he's starting to fall off, Maxey becomes your number one guy, and you transition into Maxey. And hopefully in that time period, you can put together a team that could win a championship. I think
Bruce,
I don't believe it.
What do you think you could get? What do you think seeing what Mikal Bridges got you in return? What do you think you could get for Embiid? How about this?
I don't know.
How about this? 25% more? 30% more?
It would be more.
It would be more. So I don't. I disagree with your premise that trading Embiid wouldn't, that you, if you even consider it, that it wouldn't give you the resources to be able to do the kind of things you want down the road.
I'll say
first-round draft picks, absolutely.
And I'll say this, Bruce, and we appreciate the call, man.
Thank you, buddy.
I will. Let's say you got 7 first-round draft picks, right?
There's
Just
something.
Throw it out there. I will guarantee you right now that none of those 7 players would be as good as Joel Embiid. I'll guarantee you that now.
You could say that,
But
yeah. But
can
what
those
if,
7
what if 3 of
players?
those picks? Wait a minute. What if 3 of those picks, 4 of those picks were used for you, then acquire a player?
No, exactly.
Who's every bit as good.
And you could draft 3 players that fit perfectly together. And
exactly.
You may never have gotten the talent that Joel. I mean, let's think back to the Anthony Davis trade, right? Very few of these work, by the way. The big trade. Very few of these work out
Very
for the
few.
team that trades away the big player.
Yeah.
But the Pelicans got what? Brandon Ingram. Was Lonzo in that trade before they had to trade him away? There was a couple. They actually got a decent return,
Especially when he pretty much only wanted to go to one place.
right. They got a decent.
Wasn't
return.
like Kuzma in that, or
Yeah,
Kyle
they,
Kuzma was in that deal?
they got players, but like the draft pick. I don't know, dude. Like I hate draft picks, but draft picks would be more.
Well, do you
necessary.
know? But you printed it up. You've said it perfectly. The draft picks are currency now. They're currency.
it is, yeah.
They're used to purchase. They're not used to really draft. They're used for purchase. And if you saw what they got from Mikal Bridges, you absolutely would get a distinctly
Much more.
bigger haul
But
for Joel Embiid.
here's why it's so hard, right? Like, I know the success level and the injuries and all that stuff. We all know that narrative. But imagine this is what Joel Embiid is. This is legitimately what he is. Imagine if Patrick Mahomes was every bit of the quarterback he is every game besides the Super Bowl or besides the AFC Championship game. I get rings matter, but that talent is undeniable. And you just watch that guy for 10 years and you're like, how can we not possibly win with him? I cannot give up on this talent because there should be no earthly way that you can't win with a player like Joel Embiid.
There are millions of stories. Hundreds and hundreds of stories of teams dealing away their best player because of the fact that they knew they didn't have enough of a surrounding cast to be able to win, though, in that player's window.
Yes. Is
So,
it a
so
player?
this isn't an odd. This
That's
isn't an
literally
odd
what Brooklyn
scenario.
did last night.
It's
Bridges
been
is a
done
tremendous
over and
player.
over. It's been
It's
done
not
over and
what
over
Brooklyn
again.
did last night. Okay, let's not say Mikal Bridges is Joel Embiid. This
But
guy has
he's
played
their
an
best player.
MVP.
He's
He's
caliber.
their best player that they could have tried to build around, but they realized that the window is closed, so they traded Mikal Bridges.
There's an argument that this guy's been the best basketball player on the planet for 3 years straight.
And is the window open?
That's what I'm.
And
that's the point.
It kind of has to be. I know that's the point.
And
I'm
what
just
does
saying.
it return you? Like the window of opportunity, the window nation, by the way, Andrew. Window of opportunity and doors is how small is the window of opportunity right now?
Right, I
it's
know.
razor thin, and I know I'm going to get heard, I'm going to get lectured, and I'm going to get told, "Oh, it's crazy to even consider it," and everything. And you know what we're going to
I
get?
don't think
stuck with?
anybody's saying
no,
that,
I
John.
do. I've already got
Who?
Dylan McTrollan saying
Oh,
it.
that's one person.
Well, wait a minute.
And
It's
look, I agree with Dylan. I'm not trading Joel Embiid,
No,
but I don't think many people are calling you crazy about thinking about how Joel Embiid might not win something here.
No, I mean the idea is that you have to consider that it's time. If you're not considering it's time, you are reckless.
Right, but
you are reckless. You are going to make it a 5 or 6 year abyss.
Well, the consideration leads to, for some people, saying, I see how much talent this guy has, and I literally cannot live with myself as a fan of this team if I say it's time to move on.
Yeah, I'm not trading him, so to call me reckless, but what's the difference between a year or two? Because they're
well,
going
you don't think the return on investment will be? I do. If he has another year, let's say he has another Embiid-esque year.
Yes.
We have another surgery. We have another gap in playing time. And he's a year older. The return on investment will be less. You'll get less next year.
It would be.
So to me, that is also part of the conversation. And again, I wouldn't do it either if I'm Daryl Morey. But I can tell you after I see Daryl's plan in the next 10 days, I may say it's absolutely time to do it.
But 10 days from now, it might
Could
be too late. And that's what I keep on saying to you. I almost want you to pick a side, John.
No, you're right. You're right. It might be too late.
All right, give us a text, Connor.
All right, let's go ahead and check this last one out. This no name on this one. I hope everyone who wants to blow it up realizes what that means. It means trading Maxey as well. You need high lottery picks to get the best talent.
Does not mean you have to trade.
And Maxey will only hinder that by helping them win games. I was in basketball hell before, and I'm not going back willingly.
But you're trading Embiid somewhere where you're getting their picks. You're not. It's not like
Correct.
you're getting the Sixers picks. You don't have to trade Tyrese Maxey. And as we said, Embiid's draft capital that you return, you could trade for other big-name players. There's going to be other disgruntled stars down the road.
This is so intriguing. It honestly is. But if you're making me get off the fence, yes, it would be smarter to make me make the move now.
Oh, it's going to be a fun summer.
We'll see what happens.
Fun summer.
Thank you for the Phillies and the Eagles.
All right, coming up next, the Key 3 as well as our crossover. I'm having a stroke with Bob Cooney. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
Tua has a step on Aviles.
standstill on 76. I hope everybody's okay. All right, we have our crossover with Bob Cooney come up in a few minutes, but it's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Today is a day, and man, John, I mean, you might be proud of me, but like, it sucks that I even have to have this conversation. Like, if there's anybody that calls in, or texts in, or tweets in, or emails in with any bit of optimism today, I need whatever you are smoking or whatever you are drinking at 6 o'clock in the morning. Because here's the deal: the New York Knicks acquiring Mikal Bridges yesterday, knowing that the Boston Celtics are going to be coming off as defending NBA champions. Knowing that Damian Lillard and Giannis Antetokounmpo are still both alive, this Eastern Conference just got drastically better after one trade last night. And John, I can't even, Mr. Sixers positive boy over here, come up with an angle to make you feel better about it.
Okay, all I can try to say to you is this. It looks really, really bleak. And the only way to me that it gets bleaker is if they go old. If we get the news that, hey, we're going with Paul George, we got all these young legs in the Eastern Conference, all these talented deep teams, and we're going to go old. That's the only way. There is a chance that Daryl Morey does some things that make you go, oh, I don't mind that.
What is plan B? Because here's the deal. We've only heard about Paul George over and over and over again. And now all of a sudden you start getting the whispers of the guys like Brandon Ingram. Is Brandon Ingram really going to be that piece that's going to uplift you to a championship?
No.
I don't see that.
No.
Like, the plan B's Jimmy Butler. You want to talk about getting old? That's getting old.
It is.
I mean, the plan B's, other than Paul George, are aging players or guys that are coming off of like that second contract of their NBA tenure that haven't really accomplished much, and they've been a little bit of a disappointment. Or you can back the Brinks truck up in terms of draft picks. Two at one point was the Nets to get Mikal Bridges. That's now off the table. Or you go to Utah to try to get Lauri Markkanen. And that's it. That's really it. I mean, other than that, all the plan B's suck. Maybe Adam Schefter can help us.
Here's the deal. I don't mean to oversimplify. Jason Kelce is an all-time icon of the city, an all-time player for the organization. But if they're winning this year, they're going to get the leadership that they want. It's just the way it is, because they're winning. And those things take care of themselves when teams are winning. And that's going to be the case here. Can they do that? If they can do that, they're going to be all good.
When it comes to the Sixers, there's people like me that are like, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. There's people that think there's no shot of winning, start over. There are many people that are on the fence. Did last night push you over to starting over?
If it doesn't, I will tell you this. If it hasn't, you're naive. If you're still clinging on to everything's okay here, this looks all perfect. I think Connor's point of view is very, very valid this morning. He doesn't see a move that's going to put them to Knicks-Celtics level.
Right.
I still am going to hold out hope for another 10 days, but I'm leaning towards where Connor is. So if you're not thinking about this thing's over, if you're not acknowledging that potentially that's where they're at, you're naive.
And all of a sudden, what? Because they got Bridges, you go, oh, wow, we can get OG now, which, yeah, he's a nice player. I've said he is probably a piece on a winning team. I believe that he is. But that winning team's got to be deep. And he can't be the third piece, which he would be. He has to be a fourth piece in order for you to be considered a winning team. He'd be the third here. It's Tobias all over again.
Okay, we're in complete agreement on that he'd have to be the fourth piece. But is there a third piece that could at least intrigue you? These are the kind of things that we're going to have to dig into this morning. Because right now, there is a feeling of desperation. Honestly, there's a feeling right now that this thing's over with a lot of fans. And just rummaging through social media this morning, there's a lot of despair amongst fans. And I totally get it. And I'm not going to blow sunshine up your skirt and tell you that, everything's great.
Even I can't do that today.
And you're good at it. But what I'm going to say is, I still am going to hold out faith that Daryl Morey's got something up he's got some plan. It just better be a damn good plan. I'm still of the belief that there could be some moves. Nobody saw the Knicks move coming.
Oh.
So I'm saying to you, Daryl Morey, this morning, bring us the move that nobody saw coming. Not some predictable, Paul George wants to come someplace just to get paid. But with the disgust and despair people are going to feel this morning, I still want some sort of an open mind that we could have that morning. We can walk in here. It could be us tomorrow morning.
That'd be nice.
That walks
for content purposes.
That there's a move that makes Andrew Salciunas go, damn, never saw that coming.
All right, that's key 3.
Come on, Bobby's here.
Hi, Bobby.
Perk up.
Hi, Andy.
Bob, save me. All right,
Nope.
What are the Sixers going to do?
I don't know. I have no idea. And I stated that, too. I don't know what they should do. I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know what I would do. I don't know. And I put out there yesterday when Amy and I were on, she'll be with us again today, like,
you guys are falling into that. Oh my God! Look what's going on here.
Yeah.
We were talking about that yesterday. Like this, you're not going to get LeBron James, Paul George, Jimmy Butler. Is everything else kind of like, okay, well, you had to do something. They are there. They have to do something. They have 13 or 14 roster spots to fill. Is what they're going to do be satisfying? I don't know. But that was a hell of a move I thought the Knicks made.
It was a great move. And there's people on social media trying to downplay Bridges now to almost kind of cope with it, I think.
I had a buddy that texted me. He's like, how's he actually said Tobias Harris is better.
Okay. No, stop that.
Yeah, I know. That was crazy. But he said, what am I missing? He'll be an average player with the Knicks. He averaged 19, 4, and 3 on a bad team. I think Jalen Brunson, they make players better. And I think Mikal Bridges is going to be even better than you thought.
On that team where he did not.
Look at the running that they can do, open floor. Look, does this catapult the Knicks somewhere like past the Celtics? I think it gets them closer.
But they're ahead of the Sixers.
Everybody's ahead of the Sixers. They have 2 players.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding you. If the Sixers fielded what they have now, they'd go 0-82 because they only have 2 players.
Yeah, but think of the draft picks.
I mean, you can't.
It's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I know we want to. We can't compare the Sixers to anything because they don't have anything right now. You cannot field a team.
It pains me. Today was the first day I was open to hearing blow it up discussion. I'm not doing it.
But you have to be open to it.
But it's the first time because now you have legitimately more than one contender in the Eastern. Like the whole path to the East, that's gone, man.
Nothing's there. Like, we can talk about, all right, could they be a tie? I heard you say one time this morning, you're like, so does that put them in the top 4? And I just started laughing. Nothing against you. We don't know who they are.
Yeah, but they're going to have a team. Like
they'll have people there, but what if they fill it out with a bunch of G League guys? I don't know who they're going to put there. They have 2 people on this team right now.
Right.
Yes, they're really good. Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey are really good. Can you fill out guys? I guess. But you have nobody else.
Yes.
I
say it in the context of knowing they're going to acquire players. I just don't know who.
Either do I.
It's probably going to be somebody that people are disappointed
now,
in.
DeJounte Murray's name came up a lot yesterday on our show. Love that. But as we were just talking out there, he would say one of the guys is saying he'd fit perfectly with the Sixers.
I don't think he would, though.
He's got to shoot 20. He's got to shoot 20 times a game.
Shooter, though. Can
That's
you have
okay.
that?
Yeah, absolutely. You put a big guard back there with Tyrese Maxey, sure. I think he'd fit nice. But what's Atlanta going to get from the Sixers?
Exactly.
And if you blow up a bunch of draft picks, well, how are you filling out the rest of the roster?
And who else
I
is
don't
going
know
to
what
offer
Darren Morey's doing.
if he's available? If Murray is
could be.
available, you're not going to make a better deal than somebody else.
Yep. All right, Bob.
The blow-up
you,
thing
Bobby.
might be...
We'll be listening.
Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. And make a donation today to the AACR, the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because I'm living proof. Cancer research saves lives.
I am miserable. We'll be back at it tomorrow
You won't
on
be
Thursday
tomorrow
morning.
right? You're going to find some way to be better off?
I don't know.